Chapter 976. The blue sky was clear and boundless, and the breeze was gentle as it ruffled the long weeping willows on both sides of the manor's waterside pavilion. In the courtyard of an antique manor, a sturdy middle-aged man was teaching a few 12 to 13 years old children basic self-defense and combat techniques with punches and kicks. The few children were not particularly focused, and they let out slightly childish shouts from time to time. Moreover, they would occasionally play around with their nearby companions. You few kids are itching for a beating, and you're still so perfunctory. Let me tell you, if you can't pass the Youth Marshal House's entrance exam in half a month, just wait to be scolded by the patriarch. The middle-aged man turned around and scolded in a deep voice. The moment they heard the two words patriarch, the few naughty children immediately became much more obedient, and their punches and kicks were also filled with more strength than before. The middle-aged man secretly laughed. It seemed like only the strict patriarch could control these naughty children. Instructor Lou, we've been practicing for almost 4 hours, and our hands are about to break. Let us rest for a while. A little girl wearing a flowery dress blinked her big eyes as she begged pitifully. The other children also looked at the middle-aged man pitifully, but the latter did not seem to care at all. He did not have the slightest intention of relaxing. Practice for another half an hour. The few children once again let out a wave of complaints. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly helplessly. The patriarch asked me to supervise all of you to practice for 6 hours a day, and I've already relaxed a lot. What else do you want me to do? It's really tiring. Other families only need to cultivate for 2 hours a day. Why do we need to cultivate for so long? Another little brat, who was unconvinced, retorted. That's right, our family is already the #1 family in E-City. The patriarch still wants us to work so hard. Don't tell me our patriarch is a sadist. Sure, lower your voice. If you're heard, I'll spank your butt until it blossoms. Instructor Lou could not help but feel helpless when he saw the people who were getting more and more enthusiastic. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "Why do you know the patriarch is so strict with all of you? Because 20 years ago, our family was almost annihilated by our enemies." Annihilated? When the children heard these 2 words, their expressions immediately became much more serious. And the direct cause of this result was that our family thought too highly of itself and was too arrogant, especially the younger generation, who were too lazy in terms of cultivation, causing our overall strength to be left far behind by our enemies without us even realizing it. Finally, one day, our family was taken advantage of by our enemies. What happened after that? The girl in the flowery dress asked nervously. Then, Instructor Lou's eyes were filled with emotion, and there was some respect between his eyebrows. Later, a noble person saved us and helped the family through a difficult time. After that, the family master thought about it and decided to never neglect cultivation at any time. So that's how it is. After listening to Instructor Lou's narration, the young children were obviously much quieter, and their eyes flashed with determination. Then sonorous but slightly immature shouts reverberated again. At the same time, in the middle of the mansion, a hurried figure was passing through the rugged courtyard with strange rocks, running all the way through a long gallery, and finally entered a courtyard that exuded a classical aura. In the courtyard, an elegant old man in a green robe raised a brush and dipped it in ink, drawing vigorous and powerful strokes on a piece of white rice paper. "Family master!" At this moment, the figure outside the door hurriedly called out, the grace receiving platform. The rune on it lit up. Ta! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with extraordinary temperament shook his arm, and the heavy brush in his hand slipped between his fingers. The 2 maids beside him who were in charge of grinding ink and placing the paper were both shocked. In their eyes, the family master had always been calm, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Why was the #1 figure in E-City, who was used to all kinds of storms, so nervous? Quick! The old man looked excited, and his eyes flashed with many emotions. Immediately gather everyone in the family and head to the grace-receiving platform. Yes, family master. The person who reported quickly agreed. The urgent ringing of the summoning bell instantly spread throughout the entire manor. For example, the military drums and bugles on the battlefield. Everyone put down what they were doing and immediately gathered. What's happening? On the training ground, a few children looked at Instructor Liu in confusion. Is there an enemy invasion? What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly gather. In an instant, all the people in the clan headed towards the backyard, which was guarded at all times. In the vast and spacious backyard, a magnificent octagonal pavilion stood there. In front of the octagonal pavilion, there was a dowel platform with distinct levels. The layers of steps were paved with expensive white jade slabs. Moreover, a series of complicated runes were engraved on the vertical side of each step. What was surprising was that these rune secret scrolls, which were usually dim, were now flashing with an incomparably dazzling brilliance. What's going on? Many young disciples of the younger generation were discussing in low voices, while the higher-ups of the family stood quietly under the platform with the family master. In everyone's impression, they had never seen the family master being so formal. In the next moment, those strange runes blossomed with an even more dazzling silver light. The runes twisted like rapidly growing vines, quickly spreading out and covering the surface of the stairs. The resplendent scene was astonishing. The originally smooth and bright white jade now appeared even more sparkling and translucent. The runes that surrounded from all directions rushed to the center of the platform from all 8 steps. Like thousands of thorns spreading out, the earth trembled, and an incomparably luxurious silver light screen rose into the sky. The airflow in the entire backyard set off a strong spatial rhythm. Buzz, the vast and mighty air waves swept across the stage, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. In the next instant, the glaring light was rapidly withdrawn, accompanied by a foreign aura that spread out. A few figures with extraordinary auras suddenly appeared on the stage. "Benefactor!" A voice full of excitement was heard, and then he knelt on both knees and said respectfully, "I'm Yao Chan, and I'm here waiting for Benefactor." Wow. The family master is Benefactor. Subsequently, the group of Yao family elders behind Yao Chan also knelt on the ground to welcome the benefactor. "We await Benefactor's arrival. What's going on?" This puzzled voice came from the platform. "Such a grand occasion as soon as he arrived? You scared this handsome foam." Chu Hen was also slightly at a loss for what to do from this sudden scene. However, he quickly reacted. The benefactor that these people were referring to was him. "Rise!" A calm voice came from under the loose black coat. "Thank you, benefactor." Family master Yao Chan stood up, his eyes flashing with unconcealable excitement. "It's been 20 years, and I finally see benefactor again. This old man can die without regrets." Yao Chan nodded and took a deep breath. Then he said, "Benefactor, this way, please." Chu Hen, Long Xuan, and the rest were still a little stunned to receive such a grand reception. At the same time that they followed the mysterious person down the stairs, all of them roughly observed the surrounding environment. They noticed the structure of the houses here was slightly different from the houses in the Eastern Victory State, and there were even some plants and flowers that they'd never seen before. "What's this place?" Han Yichuan asked. Because he came with his benefactor, Yao Chan was naturally very courteous. "Haha, looks like it's this little brother's first time coming to our Yi City." Yi City? Han Yichuan was stunned, and Qiao Shaowan, Shifeng Zi, and the others who were by his side revealed surprised expressions as well. Qiao Shaowan asked probingly, "It's Yi City from the Traverse region?" Traverse region? Yao Chan was stunned when he heard this word, and then he laughed. "Little brother, you really know how to joke. We're more than 100,000 miles away from the Traverse region. So how could it be Yi City from there? Then where is this place?" Han Ichuan asked in a deep voice. Yao Chan was a little confused. He glanced at the mysterious person in black beside Chu Hen, and then he replied with slight confusion. This is the Mu province. Chapter 977. What? Mu province. The Mu province closest to the border of the eastern continent. Han Ichuan looked at Yao Chan, the head of the Yao family, in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu Hen, Qiao Shaowan, Long Xuanchuang, and the others were also astonished. Even the usually calm Shifeng, Zi, could not help but narrow his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had teleported from the eastern Victory Province to the Mu Province. Even the large-scale teleportation formations of the Thousand Worlds sect and the Palace of Juhua could not teleport over such a long distance. How did the other party do it? Chu Hen's face was full of confusion. Yao Chan was equally confused. Didn't these people come with their benefactor? Why were all of them acting like Xiao, Bai, bewildered and confused, since they were all guests? Yao Chan explained patiently. This is indeed the Mu province at the border of the eastern continent. They were still shocked. Everyone looked at the mysterious person with complicated gazes. No wonder he rejected Han Ichuan's suggestion to not use the large-scale teleportation formation of the Palace of Juhua. It turned out that he had a better choice. The Eastern Victory Province was thousands of miles away from the Mu Province. Between the two were 2 large provinces, 3 small provinces, and countless empires of various sizes. Previously, Han Ichuan and the others thought that they would first use the large-scale teleportation formations of the Thousand Worlds sect or the Palace of Juhua to fly over the 2 provinces. Then they would use the transfer stations between the various provinces to teleport. Then they would advance step by step. However, they never expected that this mysterious person, whose name they did not even know, would teleport directly to the Mu province. With such speed, he arrived 2 to 3 months earlier than usual. What a terrifying ability! Who was this person? Han Ichuan, Qiao Shaowan, and the others quietly looked at Chu Hen with questioning gazes. Under such circumstances, Chu Hen could only pretend that he did not see anything. After all, up until now, he only knew that Luo Mengchang called him Aunt Yu. Apart from that, he did not know anything else. Benefactor, I'll prepare a good room for you. Yao Chan then turned his attention back to the mysterious person. No need. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving immediately. The other party rejected him indifferently and continued. Yao Chan clenched his fists and asked solemnly, Do you want to leave the eastern continent? Yes. I understand. Yao Chan understood tacitly and did not ask any unnecessary questions. He turned his gaze to the side and said to a middle-aged man behind him, Yao Cheng, head to the flowing cloud platform immediately and purchase 9 boarding tokens. Yes, Patriarch. The middle-aged man called Yao Cheng hurriedly promised, and then his figure flashed, transforming into a flowing shadow that leaped into the sky. Yao Yu. Yao Chan said to another man dressed like a manager. The man nodded knowingly. Then he placed 2 fingers on his lips and blew a loud whistle. The loud and clear whistle spread out, and in the next moment a few majestic roars of demonic beasts resounded through the sky. Roar! Subsequently, a wave of air that blotted out the sky and covered the earth spread out, and a strong wind blew. Impressively, a few majestic, demonic beasts flew over from the direction of the Yao clan's last courtyard. The appearance of these demonic beasts was similar to the legendary unicorns. Their entire bodies were white and clean, and their 4 hooves were stepping on green flames. They were majestic, like divine creatures. The only difference was that they did not have the white wings on their backs that unicorns possessed. Moreover, there were a total of 3 carriages behind these unicorns. Especially the carriage in the middle, it was like a house, and it was incomparably luxurious. It was even more luxurious than the carriages of the royal family. The demonic beasts pulled the luxurious carriage and directly stopped in front of Chu Hen and the others. Everyone in the Yao clan had a solemn expression on their faces. This was the highest form of treatment in the clan. Even the city governor of Yi City had never treated them this way before. "Benefactor, please take a seat." Yao Chan respectfully raised his hand and asked for instructions. The mysterious person nodded and lifted his foot to step onto the steps before entering the carriage that was like a wing. "Everyone this way, please." "Thank you." Chu Hen cupped his fist slightly and then led the few people behind him into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was even more luxurious. The seats were neatly arranged, and the pastries and tea had long been arranged properly. "The tea is still hot?" Mu Feng casually picked up a cup of tea and took a sip in surprise. Not only that, even the pastries were extremely fresh. Every place was clean, as if it had just been wiped. Because I would get the servants to prepare these things every day, I was afraid that Benefactor wouldn't even have the time to take a sip of tea. Yao Chan, who was the last to enter, explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Everyone was shocked once again. They originally thought that Yao Chan had guessed that they would come, so he had prepared in advance. They did not expect this to be the reason. After so many years, he had always been the same. Everyone was secretly amazed. This Yao Chan was really a rare, loyal person in the world. "Actually, you don't have to do this." A calm voice came from under the loose black clothes. Yao Chan shook his head slightly and looked up. "Back then, Benefactor, you saved our entire family. This small matter is not enough to repay even a fraction of the favor. Let's go." The mysterious man said, "Yes." Yao Chan turned around and lifted the curtain, then said to the steward in charge of driving the carriage, "Let's go." "Yes, Patriarch." At first, there was a slight tremble, but then it stabilized. A few single-horned demonic beasts stepped on green flames and rose into the air, pulling the luxurious carriage into the sky. Chu Hen and the others stood by the window, looking through the open curtains at the row upon row of buildings in Yi City. Their hearts were somewhat moved. After all, just half an hour ago, they were still tens of millions of miles away in the Dongxing province. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the Mu province. Their minds were a little dazed. "That's the Yao family's carriage, right? Where are they going?" Wow, this extravagance has directly overshadowed the city lord's office. The citizens of Yi City all raised their heads to look at the gorgeous carriage moving in the sky. Each of them revealed looks of amazement and envy. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the carriage also quickly disappeared into the clouds in the sky. The atmosphere in the carriage was still relatively quiet, perhaps because they were confused about the mysterious man's identity. Han Ichuan, Mu Feng, Haozi, and the others communicated with each other with some caution. It was only the first day they met, but the mysterious man had already brought such an incredible shock to everyone. They did not know what other unexpected things would happen in the future. Although Chu Hen had his doubts because of Luo Mengchang, he still trusted this mysterious Aunt Yu very much. After nearly an hour of awkward atmosphere, the speed of the carriage gradually slowed down. At the same time, a very noisy sound came from outside. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Qiao Shaowan asked casually. Yao Chan smiled and said, "Because we're almost at the flowing cloud platform." "Naturally, it's a little noisy. Flowing cloud platform?" This was already the second time she heard him say this. Then Qiao Shaowan walked to the window and casually lifted the curtain. In an instant, a gust of cool air flowed into the room along with the noise. Everyone looked outside and saw that the carriage had already descended to a very low altitude. On the outside, there were actually many tall and grand platforms built. On those platforms stood a dense crowd of people, carriages of all sizes, and demonic beasts that were used as mounts. Seeing that everyone was confused, Yao Chan spoke again. "The flowing cloud platform is actually a relay station." "Oh, a transfer station?" Qiao Xiaowan's big bright eyes widened. "It's a transfer station, but it's not a teleportation formation. Then what is it?" Yao Chan smiled warmly. You'll know when you get down there. As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage fell into a state of stillness and stopped on a high platform. Everyone paused for a moment before they lifted the curtain and walked out one after another. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sudden and clear aura and vision immediately rushed toward them. What appeared in front of everyone was an extremely vast world. Chu Hen's eyes widened, and then his pupils trembled as if he had received a huge visual impact. The first thing that came into view was an incomparably huge ship. The others were also shocked, as if they were standing under the feet of a huge monster. The total length of the ship was more than 5,000 meters, and the huge cabin was like a mountain. Its entire body was dark gold in color, and it was as sturdy as a fortress, giving off a feeling that it was indestructible and stable. It was this incomparably huge golden ship. It was actually floating more than 100 meters in the air, and below the body of the ship there were many sturdy stone pillars that supported the sky. The stone pillars below were like stars surrounding the moon, supporting the huge ship in the air. Is this the flowing cloud ship that travels in the sky? Chapter 978. Is this the flowing cloud boat that can travel in the sky? Han Ichuan's face was filled with excitement. The giant space boat that was 5,000 meters long was like a mountain that stopped in the sky. Chu Hen and the others who had never seen such a shocking building before were shocked. Flowing cloud boat? Flying in the sky? After listening to Han Ichuan's words, the few of them finally realized the so-called transit station was surrounded by land. There was not even an ordinary body of water as far as their eyes could see, let alone a large body of water that could accommodate such a huge boat. How do you know this is called the flowing cloud boat? Qiao Shaowan asked. Han Ichuan raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. Not only do I know this is called the flowing cloud boat, but I also know that we're going to ride it to leave the eastern continent's border. Why are we riding it? This fellow looks so big and stupid. I'm sure it can't be that fast. You're wrong. The speed of the flowing cloud boat is not inferior to the speed of a powerhouse at the heavenly profound stage. However, the main reason is for safety. As Han Ichuan spoke, he instinctively glanced at Yao Chan, who was standing by the side. However, when he saw that Yao Chan did not correct him, he began to explain even more boldly. As everyone knows, there are many straits and vast seas outside the eastern continent. Due to the uniqueness of the terrain, many of the seas will form a chaotic convection wind. Coupled with the changes in the environment during the day and night, and the change in temperature caused by the eruption of some underwater volcanoes, the convection wind will gradually evolve into a very destructive and powerful convection windstorm. With the strength of an ordinary person, it's impossible for them to pass through. You sound like you're telling the truth. Where did you hear this from? Qiao Shaowan had a disdainful expression on her face. The others were skeptical as well. When Han Ichuan heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly explained, I'm not lying to all of you. A few years ago, an elder from my palace of Jiuhua, who had been traveling outside for a few years, came back and told me this. If you don't believe me, you can ask clan leader Yao. Han Ichuan faced Yao Chan. Ha. Yao Chan chuckled as he raised his left hand. What this little brother said is probably right. There is indeed a very threatening, destructive storm in the sea outside the eastern continent. If the storm's energy continues to form, even an eternal stage powerhouse would not dare to recklessly charge into it. Therefore, the best choice is still this drifting cloud boat. Did you hear that? That's what I said. Han Ichuan won the round. Qiao Shaowan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction before asking, Since that's the case, isn't it better to just use the teleportation array? No matter how fast the flowing cloud boat was, it would not be able to outrun the teleportation array. However, as soon as Qiao Shaowan finished speaking, she realized that she had said something wrong. It would be extremely difficult to build a teleportation formation that traversed the eastern sea. Just the powerful energy fluctuations generated by the convective storms above the sea were enough to affect the normal operation of the teleportation formation. I'm sorry, I forgot that the area between the two is too chaotic. Qiao Shaowan hurriedly corrected herself. Yao Chan nodded with a smile. That's not all. Most importantly, there's a clear rule between the continents. Teleportation formations must not go beyond the boundary. In other words, the teleportation formation in the eastern continent can't be set up even 1 meter away from the boundary. When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. Yao Chan had already determined that this was the first time these juniors had traveled so far away, so he patiently explained. The purpose of this rule is to protect the territorial rights of the continents, especially around the boundary. The management is very strict. To put it simply, we can't let outsiders from other places casually step into our territory. It's even more impossible for us to use the teleportation formation to come and go as we please. Yao Chan's explanation could be said to have hit the nail on the head and was easy to understand. Everyone could not help but feel enlightened. They were secretly amazed by the ingenious layout of this world. Chu Hen once again looked at the flowing cloud boat that was hovering in the air in front of him. The huge cabin of the boat could accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. The airtight design and the impregnable appearance gave people a sense of security indeed. To be able to sit on it and sail above the boundless sea, that feeling was probably something that one's heart would be filled with longing and longing. I'm afraid the price of a ride is not cheap, right? Long Xuan asked casually. 100 million high-grade origin crystal stones is the lowest price. Han Ichuan replied, the highest price is 10 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. What? 10 billion high-grade origin crystal stones for a ride on the flowing cloud boat? Although Chu Hen had already become a tycoon, he could not help but gasp in shock when he heard the high price. However, when he thought about it, the cost of a flowing cloud boat must have reached an unimaginable level. Coupled with the huge amount of energy needed to sail in the sky above the sea, the price was not difficult to accept. When will the flowing cloud boat depart? At this moment, the mysterious black-clad man had also walked out of the carriage. Yao Chan turned around and replied respectfully, Benefactor, please wait for a moment. Yao, Cheng should be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure walked past the few high platforms in front and finally arrived in front of everyone in a hurry. Clan leader, Benefactor. The person who came was the middle-aged man who had arrived earlier at the Yao clan, Yao Cheng. There are only 7 boarding tokens left for the special class rooms. Therefore, I'll have to trouble both of you to stay in the superior rooms. Yao Cheng apologetically took out 9 palm-sized rectangular crystal chips. The workmanship of the crystal chips was very exquisite. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and had very beautiful patterns engraved on them. 7 of the 9 crystal chips were black, while the other 2 were red. Needless to say, the black crystal chips represented the highest grade boarding token. They would have the best treatment and cost 10 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. As for the red superior boarding token, it was slightly inferior compared to the special class boarding token. It cost 7 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. Looking at the slightly dazzling red crystal chips, Yao Chan hesitated slightly and said, Go buy 2 special class boarding tokens from other passengers. This. Yao Qing was a little hesitant. After all, those who could afford the special class boarding token were people with good family backgrounds. If he were to buy it from them again, he would definitely have to spend 2 or 3 times the original price. Or even more, that would be too wasteful. No need. Chu Hen stopped him and reached out to take a red crystal chip. I'll just stay in a superior room. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I want to stay next to Brother Chu Hen. Yao also took another red crystal chip. All right, who knows what tricks you're trying to find your brother Chu Hen for? As Mu Feng spoke, he casually took all the boarding passes and distributed them to the other people. A few light crystal cards cost a total of nearly 100 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. One could not help but shake their heads and laugh. However, there was not the slightest reluctance on Yao Chan's face. Instead, there was a bit of shame for not taking good care of them. Rumble. Suddenly, a wave of rumbling that sounded like thunder swept out from the horizon. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes swept toward the giant ship in front of them. They saw countless dazzling rays of holy light sprinkling down from the sky. Then strange silver patterns suddenly flashed all over the body of the giant ship. The long and narrow patterns looked like ancient talisman patterns, but also like wanton silver lightning. As the earth trembled faintly, the stone pillars that supported the body of the ship actually sank at a slow speed and shrank back into the ground on the other hand. The giant ship was floating steadily in the air, like a meteorite in the sky. Clang! The sound of iron plates colliding and rubbing against each other was thunderous. Under countless expectant gazes, 3 passageways were pushed out from the left and right sides of the giant ship, and steps slowly descended from the passageways. It was a magnificent scene. From afar, it looked like a giant beast stretching out its 6 arms. Extremely imposing, the steps that extended from each passageway landed neatly on a high platform below. Then a dozen or so receptionists dressed like stewards flashed and landed at the entrance of the giant ship. The flowing cloud ship is about to depart. Our destination is Whale Island City. Guests with boarding tokens, please board the ship, the leader of the receptionists shouted in a loud and clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who had landed on the surrounding high platforms swarmed toward the giant ship and took out their boarding tokens to be inspected, benefactor. The special class boarding token and high-class boarding token are at the first passageway. Yao Chang pointed at the passageway with the least number of people gathered. Everyone nodded. The mysterious person had no intention of staying and said indifferently, "We can go now." Everyone have a safe journey. Yao Chan cupped his fists. Chu Hen, Hani Chuan, Qiao Shaowan, and the others also raised their hands to return the gesture. Many thanks for the hospitality, Patriarch Yao. Farewell, farewell. After that, everyone boarded the flowing cloud ship from the first passageway with their boarding tokens in hand. Since they were all special class and high-class boarding tokens, the receptionists were very polite, and they led them into the cabin with smiles on their faces. Looking at the back of the crowd disappearing into the passageway, the patriarch of the Yao clan heaved a sigh of relief, and a meaningful look appeared on his face. The people that benefactor brought are all not ordinary people. Patriarch, that person's name seems to be Chu Hen? Yao Cheng, who was standing at the side, said uncertainly, Chu Hen. The corner of Yao Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. This name sounded somewhat familiar. Then his heart trembled violently and his eyes widened. Chapter 979. In about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the number of people gathered at the flowing cloud platform had decreased by more than half. The crowd that held the boarding tokens entered the giant streamcloud ship in an orderly manner. Boarding time is over. Close the cabin door. Rumble. Accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth, the mountain-like flowing cloud giant ship slowly retracted the 6 stairs that extended out like an ancient giant beast. The managers who were in charge of receiving guests also stepped onto the stairs and entered the cabin together with the retracted stairs. Buzz, a majestic wave of air swept out in all directions. The complicated runes on the body of the ship became brighter and brighter. It was like a wanton stream of light that spread all over the body of the ship. A chaotic cyclone filled the sky and earth, stirring up the clouds in the 9 heavens. An unshakable, majestic aura surged into the sky. Under the countless gazes that were filled with astonishment, the 5,000-meter-long golden ship slowly rose into the sky. The dazzling runes were all activated and shone with extraordinary splendor. It was as if a meteor had suddenly appeared in the sky above the flowing cloud platform. Numerous crisscrossing, mysterious rune arrays, also appeared on the plaza below. An incomparable silver pillar of light rushed into the sky, urging the runes on the giant ship to operate faster. Buzz, majestic waves of air stacked up like tides and strong winds howled. Following that, the flowing cloud golden ship continued to accelerate from slow to fast. Speeding toward the eastern continent's border, the originally vast flowing cloud platform became even more spacious. The flowing cloud golden ship shuttled through the sky and quickly turned into a tiny black. Roar! The few single-horned demonic beasts of the Yao clan let out long howls, as if they were sending off Yao Chan on behalf of him. Chu Hen, the new third lord of the victorious eastern continent. Yao Chan nodded thoughtfully and muttered in a soft voice, "It seems like the outside of the eastern continent is destined to not be too peaceful. The two of you, this room and the one next to it, will be your resting place. If you need anything, you can tell us at the end of the corridor." In the slightly dimly lit corridor, the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls for illumination. The floor was covered with clean and tidy blankets. The left and right sides of the corridor were separated rooms. The manager in charge of reception brought Chu Hen and Yi Yao to this room. Because both of them had top-class boarding tokens and the others had special-class boarding tokens, they were separated after boarding the ship. "I understand." Chu Hen nodded and glanced around. The space between the superior rooms was relatively large, and the environment here was also very good. It was quiet and not noisy. "In that case, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Just put your boarding tokens into the slot on the door, and you'll be able to enter." After the receptionist explained briefly, she bowed respectfully and left. Soon after, Chu Hen found the slot on the door and inserted the red crystal card into it. Buzz, dozens of bright patterns flickered on the door like vines of light. With a kacha sound, the tightly shut door instantly opened a gap behind it, at the side. Yao's eyes lit up. "Wow, this design is really amazing," Chu Hen faintly smiled. A layman would naturally not be able to see where the profoundness lay within, but as a symbol master, he could see through it with a single glance. This was merely a simple restriction that had been set up using a symbol technique. Moreover, the boarding token had a symbol inscription that could undo the restriction. Therefore, once the crystal card was placed within, it could be opened, of course. Although it wasn't a complicated trick, Chu Hen couldn't help but admire the designer of this form. If one didn't leave the victorious East State, one would never know how many new and interesting things there were in the outside world. Chu Hen pushed open the door and walked in. The inside was more spacious than he had imagined. The room was very bright, with a clean bed, a chair, a round table, and fresh pastries and hot tea that had just been prepared. Not bad. It's just like a restaurant. Yi Yao didn't intend to return to her room immediately. She jumped in happily and looked around curiously. Chu Hen couldn't help laughing. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I spent 7 billion upper-grade, primordial crystal stones. Isn't it possible?" "That's true." Yi Yao curled her lips and continued to look around. Chu Hen closed the door helplessly. This girl acted as if she was here for a sightseeing trip. She didn't have any guard up at all. "Brother Chu Hen, come here, quickly. We can see the outside from here." "Oh." Chu Hen was slightly startled. He then walked to Yi Yao's side and saw that there was a window about the size of a plate on the wall in front of them. The window was sealed by some kind of material that was similar to glass. Through the glass, they could see the scenery outside. "It's so high," Yi Yao exclaimed. From the window, they could see that the flowing cloud golden boat was shuttling over a mountain range. The lush mountains and forests were faintly discernible in the clouds, and the majestic peaks seemed a little small at this moment. "It's so smooth, I can't even feel it moving," Yi Yao said. "It's really magical," Chu Hen replied. Then, a trace of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes. He said, "Little Yao, go and have a rest first. I'll go out for a while." Yi Yao was startled at first, but she soon understood what Chu Hen was going to do. She then nodded obediently. After a while, in the special VIP area, the decorations here were even grander and more luxurious than those in the upper-class area. The carpet on the floor was made of the extremely expensive mink fur. Although the corridor was longer and wider, the number of rooms here was only about half of those in the upper-class area. As soon as Chu Hen walked here, a creaking sound was heard. The door not far away from him opened, and a cold and elegant face came into view. When their eyes met, Long Xuanchuang was slightly startled. "I'm here to see Senior Nether. Which room does she live in?" Chu Hen asked. Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, and then she pointed to the innermost room in the long corridor. Chu Hen nodded and walked over there directly. Hee. A soft knocking sound was heard. Chu Hen called out softly, "Senior." "Come in." A calm and indifferent voice sounded in his ears. Chu Hen gently pushed the door open and entered. The room structure was exquisite and elegant. It was divided into a living room and a bedroom. Be it the layout or the size, it was much better than the upper-class guest room. However, Chu Hen's attention was not on this. To him, it did not matter where he lived. He saw the other person standing quietly by the window. Her gaze under the black robe was calmly looking at the clouds outside. "Senior, you can call me Guyu." The other person said calmly, "Guyu? That's her name?" Chu Hen did not dwell on this. He looked up and went straight to the point. "Senior Guyu, where is Meng Chang?" Guyu turned to the side, revealing her fair face and a lock of beautiful hair under the black robe. "She could be in 3 places. 3 places?" Chu Hen wrinkled his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. The tunnels created by the space-devouring hole are not in a single location. They change randomly. I've investigated and calculated and have roughly locked onto 3 places where... Chu Hen was slightly excited. Guyu paused, then said in a low voice, "The first is the desolate, sordid ancient land, the second is the tomb of the immortal and devil, and the third is in the Deep Star province of the Midland. Desolate, sordid ancient land, tomb of the immortal and devil, Deep Star province." Chu Hen murmured these names. It seemed that the search was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, Chu Hen quickly made up his mind. He had to find Meng Chang, even if he had to run to the ends of the earth. "Where is the desolate, sordid, ancient land? I have a suggestion." Guyu did not answer Chu Hen immediately. "Senior, please speak." "Split up." "What?" "I'll go to the desolate, sordid, ancient land. You guys go to the tomb of the immortal and devil. One of these 2 places is in the south, and the other is in the north. But how do we know if we've found Meng Chang?" Chu Hen asked. "It's simple. Regardless of whether we found her or not, we'll go to the 3rd place." Upon hearing this, Chu Hen suddenly understood. If they found Meng Chang, they could go to the 3rd place to meet up. If they couldn't find her, it meant that she was at the last place. Chapter 980. Whether it's the desolate, sordid ancient land or the tomb of the immortal and devil, they're not good places. The only thing that's not right is your life and death. Guyu's tone was very calm. Rather than saying that she was worried about Chu Hen's life, it was more like she was afraid that something might happen to Chu Hen, and she wouldn't be able to answer to her. After a short silence, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. He replied solemnly, "As long as I can find Meng Chang as soon as possible, I don't mind putting myself in danger. Let's do as Senior said. We'll split up. You go to the desolate, sordid ancient land, and I'll go to the tomb of the immortal and devil." Guyu turned slightly and faced Chu Hen. It was difficult to see her entire face under the black hat, but her delicate chin and red lips could be vaguely seen. She said slowly, "Since that's the case, let's split up at Whale Island City. Do I need my friends to follow Senior?" "No need. I'm used to being alone. Just take care of yourselves. Also, let me give you a piece of advice." Guyu raised her head and opened her red lips. "Even though you're extremely talented and have a saint physique bloodline, There are many geniuses who are better than you in the 3,000 worlds. Don't be impulsive and act within your means. I'll remember Senior's words. Go. Guyu said. Chu Hen nodded and left the room politely. Creak. Chu Hen gently closed the door and heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw Long Xuanchuang standing not far away waiting for him. Seeing Chu Hen come out, Long Xuanchuang asked, How is it? Where is she? Chu Hen shook his head. The area we need to search is huge. I only know the general area. It's all right. There's hope as long as we know the coordinates. Moreover, Meng Chang's cultivation isn't weak. She should be able to protect herself. Long Xuanchuang comforted him softly. Chu Hen smiled. He wasn't a pessimistic person, but the guilt in his heart made him want to find her urgently. The two of them had only taken a few steps when a loud noise came from the room next to them. It was Mu Feng and Hao Zi. Chu Hen was taken aback. Long Xuanchuang said casually, That seems to be Senior Shifeng Zi's room. Oh, why are they there? Hee, Senior Shi. I have a favor to ask of you. Mind your own business. You're the #1 inscription master in the 100-nation state. You're definitely amazing in the field of alchemy. A piece of cake. Hee, it's like this, Senior Old Shi. In the entire team, everyone has reached the sky profound stage, and only I and Thief Hausi are still stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth profound stage. It's rather embarrassing. Why don't you refine a heaven stage battle heart pill for us to help us? You don't want to see us dragging you down, right? No problem. Shifeng Zi's especially straightforward voice sounded out. Wah, haha, that's great. Senior, you're really a person of virtue and prestige. You're heavier than Mount Tai, beautiful, intelligent, and a mainstay. Don't be happy too early. I can help you refine the pill, but prepare the materials for refining the pill yourself. Of course, I've already prepared them, hee. Along with Mu Feng's complacent laughter, a large pile of miscellaneous items was piled on the table. Shifeng Zi coldly glanced at him, still missing 2 things. Is it bad? Humph. Since you doubt me, then don't refine it. No. How could I dare doubt you? I just heard from the receptionist outside that there's a treasure exchange on this enormous ship. What do you lack? We'll go and buy it right away. Very quickly, the room door opened. Mu Feng and Hao Zi each held a piece of paper and rushed out. Why are the 2 of you here? Do you want to take a stroll in the front cabin? I heard that there's a lot of interesting things there. Hao Zi quickly said. Before Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang could answer, Mu Feng pulled Hao Zi and ran. We'll go first. You can find us later. After a casual greeting, the 2 of them slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Chu Hen smiled. These 2 were really smart. They actually knew to come and fawn on Shifeng Zi. Soon after, Chu Hen glanced at Han Yichuan and Qiao Xiaowan's rooms. He did not intend to disturb them. Then he left the VIP area with Long Xuanchuang. Chu Hen also told Long Xuanchuang about the information that Guyu had just told him. Long Xuanchuang nodded in agreement with the suggestion to split up after reaching Whale Island City. After all, they had so many helpers by their side. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, they could still try. As the 2 chatted, they returned to the upper-class area where Chu Hen lived. In the long corridor, they saw Yi Yao squatting at the door of her room. Little Yao, what are you doing? Big brother Chu Hen, you're back. Big sister Xuanchuang, you're here too. Yi Yao raised her head and waved at the 2 of them with a smile. Then she pointed at a furry little thing at her feet. Come over and look. I don't know where this little cat came from. Little cat? The 2 of them couldn't help but be startled. They walked up to take a closer look and saw that the little thing beside Yi Yao was indeed similar to a little cat. It had a light and nimble body and a furry head, but what was surprising was that the fur on this little cat's head was actually black and white. The black and white fur was distributed in a special way, causing its face to look like a Tai Chi pattern. How is it? Big brother Chu Hen, isn't this little cat especially handsome? Yi Yao gently rubbed its head with an innocent smile on her face, and when it saw Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang coming over, that black and white cat actually revealed a vigilant look. Even its pupils flashed with a hint of evil charm. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. It's one of us, not a bad guy," Yao hurriedly comforted this black and white cat. It seemed to understand her words and slightly let down its guard. It then shrank back a little and raised its head to look at Yi Yao. Then, with a whoosh, it turned into a shadow and disappeared into the corner of the corridor. "So fast!" Long Xuanxuang looked at Chu Hen with some surprise. Chu Hen also nodded thoughtfully. There's a very subtle wave of demonic power in its body, and for it to appear here, it's definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. But why would it appear by Yi Yao's side? That was a mystery. Big Brother Chu Hen, did you ask where Big Sister Mingshang is? Yi Yao was looking forward to getting down to business. Yes, I did. Immediately, Chu Hen briefly told Yi Yao what he had just told Long Xuanxuang. After knowing that they had to look for 3 places, Yi Yao could not help but feel a little melancholy. The road ahead was vast, and she could only believe in Luo Mingshang. "Let's go to the front cabin," Chu Hen said with a smile. He did not want to infect others with his melancholy. It was not a bad thing to relax in a suitable place. Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao naturally agreed. Then they followed the road signs and headed towards the front cabin. The giant flowing cloud ship was more than 5,000 meters long, and the space inside was huge. Apart from the many resting rooms for the passengers, there were also a variety of places to eat, drink, and play. For example, there would definitely be a lot of places to trade treasures and rare elixirs. After all, those who could board the giant flowing cloud ship were not poor. After turning a few corners, Chu Hen, Long Xuanxuang, and Yi Yao climbed up a staircase. In front of the staircase, there was a red carpet that led directly to a door. 2 young maids dressed beautifully opened the door at the same time and greeted them with a sweet voice. Chapter 981. Welcome to the Central Hall. There are all kinds of treasures and equipment for you to choose from. Please come in. 2 beautifully dressed young maids had sweet smiles on their faces as they opened the door at the side at the same time. In an instant, a dazzling and luxurious light filled the vision of Chu Hen and the others. They saw that on the other side of the door was an extremely spacious inner hall. A luxurious lamp hung high up in the center, and the surrounding walls were equipped with crystal-like illumination treasures. Neat counters were arranged in a circle, and there was a conspicuous notice board on the counter. On the board were a series of names such as elixir, weapon, martial skill, secret, technique, rune technique, and so on. Perhaps it was because the interior of the hall was relatively large, but the people inside were scattered. However, everyone was dressed in a noble manner. Shortly after, Chu Hen walked in with Long Xuanxuang and Yao. As soon as the 3 of them stepped in, they attracted the attention of many people. After all, there were 2 beautiful figures beside Chu Hen. One was elegant and refined, while the other was nimble and moving. Any normal man would not be able to help but take a few more glances. "Brother Chu Hen, do you want to buy anything?" Yi Yao asked as she looked around curiously. "Let's take a look first." Chu Hen was more casual. After looking around, he did not see Mu Feng and Haozi. He did not know where they went. "I wonder what you 3 customers need. We have good elixir and weapons here." An old man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in front of Chu Hen and the others with a smile. His slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before asking casually, "Do you have metal materials?" "Yes. What grade of materials do you need?" "The higher the better. This old man understands. Please go to the 2nd floor." After speaking, the old man directly led Chu Hen and the other 2 to a building that was closer to the inner side. After ascending the stairs, what appeared in front of Chu Hen was an even more gorgeous and dazzling hall. There were obviously more people here, and every one of them was bright and beautiful. Most of them are pattern scribes. Chu Hen murmured softly. This was what surprised Chu Hen. With a glance, he saw that more than 80% of the people in the hall were emitting Reiki energy waves. Some of them had even reached the heavenly pattern master realm. Sir, you're also going to participate in the heavenly talisman battle, right? He, the old man leading Chu Hen's group, suddenly said. Heavenly talisman competition? The three of them were stunned for a moment. What heavenly talisman battle? Long Xuan asked casually. Oh, aren't you going to Whale Island City to compete? This time, it was the elder's turn to be astonished. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched slightly as he shook his head. It's true that we're going to Whale Island City, but it's just a transfer to another place, so that's how it is. This old man has been rude. But what is the heavenly talisman battle you mentioned? Yi Yao asked curiously. As the name suggests, it's a runic technique competition. It's held once every 3 years, and the organizers are the city lord of Whale Island City and a few other forging families. Since there are no specific restrictions, any pattern scribe below the age of 30 and with a certain level of ability can participate. Most of the people here are pattern scribes heading to Whale Island City from the eastern continent. I thought that you guys would be the same. What's the reward for the winner? Yi Yao seemed to be very interested, even though she knew nothing about runes. Of course, she was just curious. The elder stroked his beard and laughed. Of course there's a reward. Whale Island City is a very wealthy region. Moreover, the city lord, Qi Ming, broke through to the ancient eternal realm last month. With such a joyous event, the rewards for this year's Heavenly Talisman battle will definitely be exceptionally generous. Although this was the first time he had heard of the Heavenly Talisman battle, the fact that so many pattern scribes would come from afar every time it was held was enough to show its charm. But to Chu Hen, this sort of thing didn't have much to do with him. He only cared about one thing at the moment, and that was to find Luo Mengchong. When he reached Whale Island City, he would directly transfer to the flowing cloud golden boat and head to the immortal and devil tomb. After a simple exchange, the old man brought Chu Hen to the side of a counter. Little Zhou, give this customer a list. Zhou Dongwang said. All right. A man behind the counter swiftly took out a booklet with golden edges. Customer, please take a look. We have everything on the list. Chu Hen nodded and flipped open the golden booklet. A list of names appeared before his eyes. It had to be said that the variety of equipment on the booklet made Chu Hen gasp in surprise. However, the prices on the booklet were really frighteningly expensive. At the very least, it was 3 to 4 times more expensive than outside. Some of the more popular rare metals were even 10 times more expensive. It was really shady. Chu Hen shook his head inwardly. But for the current him, this amount of spending wasn't considered high. Black crystal, firestone, 5 coppers, iron gold, demon eagle rock. He listed more than 30 kinds of rare metals and nearly 100 kinds of high-grade, expensive materials. Chu Hen didn't even blink. The elder at the side was also startled by Chu Hen's extravagance. He hurriedly helped the young man behind the counter take out the items for trade in a flurry. Customer, please read slowly. Where are the fish? Would Flintstone. After a series of rummaging through the cabinets and cabinets, the entire counter was directly filled with items. The others in the hall also looked over in astonishment. Such a large pile of rare and precious metal ores was probably worth more than 200 billion high-grade primal crystals. There weren't many people present who could pay so many primal crystals in one go. Customer, it's a total of 215 billion high-grade primal crystals. After deducting the discount, it's only 200 billion high-grade primal crystals. The elder's tone was obviously much more polite than before. Wow! 200 billion high-grade primal crystals was equivalent to the price of 20 special class boarding tokens. Everyone present was secretly amazed and couldn't help but pay more attention to Chu Hen and the others. Chu Hen casually took out a storage ring and put it on the counter. "You can count it." The elder took it with both hands and said with a smile, "No need. With your extravagance and demeanor, this old man can rest assured." Hearing this, it caused the surrounding people to look at him with disdain. This old bastard really knew how to flatter. He said he could rest assured, but in fact it was because the flowing cloud golden boat was their territory. If they dared to fake it, they wouldn't be able to run away. The two of them quickly put the metal oars on the table into the storage equipment and then handed it to Chu Hen. "Hee, customer, do you need anything else?" In the elder's view, Chu Hen was simply a fat sheep, and he would kill as much as he could. Chu Hen looked at Long Xuanchuang and Yi Yao. "What do you want?" Long Xuanchuang shook her head. Yi Yao also did the same. "No, Brother Chu Hen, the things here are so expensive. It's okay. Before I left, sect leader Gongyang gave me 1 trillion high-grade primal crystals. Just tell me what you want. There's really no need. Why don't we go get something to eat?" Yi Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. "All right." Chu Hen turned around and said to the elder, "We want to have a rest. The stairs on the left lead to the lounge. We'll prepare the best tea and pastries for you." The elder immediately said to a maid not far away, "Treat these 3 distinguished guests well." Yes. Soon after, under the guidance of the young maid, Chu Hen and the other 2 went up another staircase. There was a long passageway in front of the staircase, and there were windows on the right wall of the passageway. Unlike the windows in the room, these windows could be opened. Bright light and cool wind blew in from the outside, giving off a salty and moist feeling. When they walked past the window, they could see that the flowing cloud golden boat had already left the mountain area and reached the sky above a body of water. "Have we reached the sea?" Chu Hen asked. "Young master, the flowing cloud golden boat has already entered the sea outside the eastern land half an hour ago," the maid explained respectfully. Chu Hen nodded and did not say anything else. After walking through the passageway in front, they arrived at the so-called lounge. The decorations in the resting hall were exceptionally elegant and quaint. Even though there were many people inside, there was a quiet atmosphere to it. "Hey, the old man and the beauty over there, over here!" As soon as he entered, an extremely discordant voice was heard. Needless to say, other than Mu Feng, who else would embarrass themselves in such an environment? They saw Mu Feng and Haozi sitting in the innermost seat. Chu Hen wanted to pretend that he did not know them, but he was afraid that they would cause a commotion. Therefore, he brought the 2 of them over. "Hee, why are you guys so late? Take a seat, take a seat. The pastries and tea here are all free. That girl over there, give me 10 more pastries and tea." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him looked at him with disdain. Fortunately, Chu Hen and the others were already used to it, so they just sat together casually. Not long after they sat down, a gentle female voice came from inside the cabin. "The flowing cloud golden boat is about to enter the storm area." What? Everyone was slightly shocked. "We've already entered the storm area." "How can it be so fast?" "It's normal. The sea is different from the land, so anything can happen." The people around them discussed in low voices, but most of them were still very calm. It seemed that they were already used to this kind of thing. Immediately after, the maids in charge of serving the guests quickly ran to the window and took out a white crystal card that looked like a boarding pass. Buzz, buzz! The crystal card emitted a bright light pattern, and the frame of the window flashed with spirit patterns. Then a layer of light rushed out, and the open windows were immediately sealed by a layer of solid, transparent glass. The scenery outside was still clearly visible, but the airflow could not enter the room at all. What a strong restriction! Chu Hen secretly nodded. He had to admit that every detail of the flowing cloud golden boat could be said to be perfect. Clang! At this time, the faint sound of rolling thunder could be heard outside. Through the glass window, one could see that the sky in the area ahead had already turned dark. The wantonly surging ocean storm swept across the sky, and the sky above the 9 heavens surged with thunder and lightning. The boundless rain almost overturned the vast sea. It was clearly a blue sky and white clouds a second ago, but in the blink of an eye it had turned into a whirlwind. This was the first time Chu Hen, Yi Yao, and the others had left the eastern continent, so they were somewhat surprised. Rumble. Chapter 982. Rumble! The storm raged, and huge waves rose to the sky. The flowing cloud golden boat, which was as huge as a mountain, was like a fearless wild beast as it directly collided into the endless torrents of wind. In an instant, millions upon millions of raindrops and hailstones smashed onto the ship like a thunderbolt. Buzz! Inside the ark, the cabin shook slightly, but it soon became stable again. Outside the window, it was as if day had turned into night. The crackling storm was like rocks smashing against the window glass, like a ferocious ghost slamming against the door. The waves on the sea are huge. Come, let's continue drinking tea. Most of the people in the lounge were already used to this, so they were very calm. Chu Hen, Yi Yao, Mu Feng, and the others were only a little surprised, as if it was their first time here. Oh, right, Chu Hen, you went to find someone to ask about young lady Dreamy Dress whereabouts, right? Howsy suddenly thought of this matter. Mu Feng also raised his head, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Chu Hen nodded and said, "When we reach Whale Island City, Senior Gui will go to the desolate, sordid ancient plains alone, and we will go to the Tomb of Immortals and Demons." Tomb of Immortals and Demons? Howsy's expression turned serious. That's not a good place. How do you know? Isn't this your first time traveling? Mu Feng glanced at him. I heard my master, thief rat god, mention it before. The Tomb of Immortals and Demons is a very ancient battlefield. Rumor has it that a very cruel war broke out between the god and demon race a long time ago. Countless demon and human experts were buried there, and there's even a red river formed by demon blood that hasn't dried up yet. It's definitely a forbidden place that's hard to set foot in. Holy **T. Is it that exaggerated? Your master is lying to you, right? Mu Feng said with a frown. Howsy shook his head a little helplessly. Although my master's name is not pleasant to the ears, he has traveled to countless places in his life. His knowledge is extensive, and it is difficult for us to compare with him. Moreover, my master has no need to lie to me. Is this place really that dangerous? Mu Feng's frown deepened. The atmosphere became slightly silent. Chu Hen's gaze deepened as he raised the teacup in his hand. He also knew that Mu Feng was not afraid because of the dangers in the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil. Instead, he was worried that if Luo Mengchang was truly in the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil, her situation would more or less cause people to worry. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Sister Mengchang only said that she might be in the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil. There's a high chance that she's in the other two places as well. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to find her. Come, let's toast to Big Brother Chu Hen and Sister Mingchang's reunion. Yao raised her teacup and smiled faintly. Haha, you're right. We'll definitely find her. Mu Feng also swept away the heavy atmosphere and lightened the mood. It had to be said that the pastries here were delicious. The few of them chatted and almost forgot about the time. However, the storm outside was getting more and more intense. Not only did it show no signs of stopping, it was getting more and more ferocious through the window. They could clearly see the rolling thunder clouds and the terrifying lightning bolts that pierced through the sky. There were even tornadoes and hurricanes whizzing in the sky above the rolling sea. The strong airflow rotated rapidly, forming a destructive cyclone. Even a drop of rain would become an incomparably sharp blade under the influence of the cyclone. He had no doubt that anyone with insufficient cultivation would probably be instantly torn into pieces by the powerful storm if they were to trespass into it. While the outside was earth-shattering, the inside of the cabin was calm. All the violent impacts were blocked outside. The defense of the flowing cloud golden boat was impregnable. It could be said to be an absolute defense. The force behind this is not ordinary. Haozi said meaningfully. Mu Feng smiled and said, I'm afraid that even the three great forces in the victorious East region cannot make this flowing cloud golden boat. Chu Hen could not deny this. Every detail of the flowing cloud golden boat, from the inside to the outside, was exquisitely designed. With such a huge appearance and being able to take care of every aspect, just the manufacturing cost alone was enough to make countless forces shake their heads secretly. Of course, it could not be said that the great forces in the victorious East region could not make this kind of flowing cloud boat. It could only be said that there was no need to make such a huge boat. After all, this kind of thing could not be used on land. It's that kitten again. Yi Yao's surprised voice attracted the attention of Chu Hen, Long Xuan, and the others. They saw a small beast with black and white stripes walking towards them carefully. This cat is so handsome. Looking at the kitten's fur that resembled the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, Mu Feng also revealed a surprised expression. That's right. It's also my first time seeing this kind of kitten. With that, Yi Yao left her seat and squatted on the ground. She clapped her hands lightly and said, We meet again. Come here. Strangely, after the black and white cat saw Yi Yao, the vigilance in its eyes obviously decreased. It actually looked as if it had seen a familiar person and slowly walked towards her with nimble steps, so obedient. Yi Yao's eyes curved and revealed an innocent smile. Then, she stretched out her hand to stroke the kitten's head. But at this moment, a cold shout filled with disdain was heard. Remove your filthy hands. Swish! At the same time, the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air could be heard. Unexpectedly, Yi Yao's expression changed slightly. The pupils of Chu Hen and the others shrank coldly. At the same time, Mu Feng slammed the table and stood up. At the same time, a dazzling blue light appeared in his hand. Ding! With a crisp sound and a string of sparks, a sharp dart shot out and pierced deeply into the ceiling. Hua! The sudden scene caused the atmosphere in the lounge to tense up. They saw Mu Feng standing behind Yi Yao with the Buddha demon sword in his hand. He looked displeased. So King Vicious. Are you trying to cripple my sister's hand? A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. The other party didn't even think about the consequences of that move just now. It was definitely not a joke. What a joke. Who allowed you to touch it? The arrogant voice sounded again. The ones who spoke were two women at the table diagonally opposite them. The two women were dressed seductively, and their clothes were also very charming. They looked like they were spoiled and arrogant. Behind the two of them stood a few strong and powerful guards. It was obvious that they had some background. However, background was background. Although Chu Hen didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't tolerate the other party's vicious attack on Yi Yao. It's just a touch. There's no need to hurt her, right? Chu Hen said coldly. Faced with this situation, Yi Yao hurriedly tried to mediate. Big brother Chu Hen, it's okay. I'm fine. The current Yi Yao is already an expert at the Sky Profound Realm. Even if Mu Feng hadn't made a move earlier, that dart wouldn't have been able to hurt her too much. At most, it would have only scratched the flesh on the back of her hand. But even this was enough to make Chu Hen angry. In response to Chu Hen's question, the woman who spoke just now giggled. I'm really sorry, but Noni is my young master's pet. Furthermore, my young master is a bit of a germaphobe. Things that other people have touched will make him feel uncomfortable, especially people of unknown origins. Please take care of your hands. Next time I won't just be throwing darts, neat freak. Mu Feng sneered and scolded. I don't think you're a neat freak. You're sick, aren't you? Hearing this, the other party was instantly angered. Chapter 983. I gave you face, yet you don't want it. Slap his mouth. They immediately flew into a rage at the slightest disagreement. The two arrogant young women widened their charming eyes as they furiously shouted while pointing at Mu Feng. Yes, the guards beside him also revealed ferocious expressions. Without saying anything, they summoned their spears and thrust them at Mufong. Facing their fierce attacks, Mufong sneered. He raised the Buddha demon's sword in his hand and slashed out a sword arc. The blue sword arc was like a sharp crescent moon saber that followed the momentum. Boom! Along with the sound of heavy power, a powerful sword aura swept out. Chaotic sword patterns splashed out. How could the guards be a match for Mufong? They were directly pushed back by the powerful sword aura. But seeing that Mufang's cultivation was not ordinary, the two seductive women became even more furious. One of the women spat again. "Noni, kill this lowly savage for me! Woo!" As soon as she finished speaking, the black and white cat suddenly burst out with an especially shocking demonic power. Two cyclones, one black and one white, rose in a crisscrossing manner. A dazzling light was released from its body, and its cold vertical pupils revealed a chilling glint. Swoosh! It directly pounced at Mufong. Buzz! In the short but rapid movement, the black and white cat's body rapidly enlarged, and the claws that reached for Mufong also became as sharp as the claws of a powerful tiger. Mufang's eyes turned cold, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He condensed his palm, and the Buddha demon's sword immediately surged with a scorching blue flame. Bang! Light and shadow intersected, and the sword and claws collided. Blue sparks flew like dust, and a mighty wave of air stacked up. The teacups and plates on the table were all shattered into pieces. Thud! The black and white cat landed firmly on the ground, and the flame on its body did not decrease. Mufong frowned slightly and saw that the blue flame surrounding the sword had actually weakened a little. "Humph! You evil creature, you're too much. I'll chop you up today." Mufong was also infuriated. An even more robust aura pervaded the air, and the Buddha's demonic sword in his hand rapidly became thick and heavy. Streaks of chi patterns circled around like divine radiance, as if he was holding a section of the heaven's rainbow blade. Woo! The black and white cat, who had turned into a fierce tiger, looked even more majestic. It was completely different from how cute and nimble it was just now. Light patterns flowed around its body, and they quickly gathered to form an illusory yin-yang diagram. It was actually the power of yin and yang. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, a little surprised. Buzz! Following that, the illusory yin-yang array actually split into two. The black fish and the black fish separated and landed on the back of the black and white ocelot, forming a pair of strange light wings. The pair of light wings were black and white, showing an extraordinary aura. Could this be a yin-yang beast? Someone quickly saw through the true identity of the Yao beast. No wonder it can control the power of yin and yang. It turns out to be a yin-yang beast. Whose pet is it? The tense atmosphere that could erupt at any moment did not affect the other people's attitude of watching a good show and enjoying the show. Looking at the transformed yin-yang beast, Mufong also activated the power of the sword demon's bloodline. At this time, Yi Yao hurriedly stepped in between the two. "Don't hurt it," Mufong frowned. "What are you doing? This evil creature attacked me first." Yi Yao looked at the yin-yang beast and said, "Let's not fight, and I won't touch you again. Go back to your master." The yin-yang beast stared coldly at Yi Yao, and a dark light flashed in its eyes. Yi Yao pursed her lips and shook her head lightly. Then, something astonishing happened. The yin-yang beast's eyes actually became a lot kinder. Then it slowly took a step back. When they saw this, the two seductive women behind them frowned. "Noni, I told you to kill them. Didn't you hear me?" Roar. The yin-yang beast let out a deep roar and approached Yi Yao and the others. Mufong wanted to push Yi Yao away, but she stubbornly stood her ground, looking at the yin-yang beast with a pair of big eyes full of trust. "You won't hurt us, and neither will we." Haozi and Long Xuanchuang were slightly nervous, and only Chu Hen was deep in thought. "Noni." Seeing that the yin-yang beast didn't make a move, the two women behind shouted again. The yin-yang beast shook its head and looked at the two women, as if it was in a difficult position. "Bastard, do you want to be whipped?" The two women were angry and annoyed. "Everyone stop!" Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the other side of the cabin. The two seductive women's faces were filled with joy, and they saw a young figure with a rather elegant temperament waving a folding paper fan as he walked into the lounge. "Hee, everyone, please calm down. If you blow a big hole in the cabin, we'll have to swim back." The man was fair and handsome, and his body exuded a scholarly aura. The two seductive women hurriedly ran over, each of them hugging one of the man's arms, and immediately put on a pitiful look. "Young master, you're finally here. Someone bullied us just now. Luckily you came in time, or else who knows what these people would do." The young man's coquettish voice and bashful posture could be said to give people goosebumps, and his pretentious manner could not help but make people despise him. The young man did not look angry at all, and instead looked at Chu Hen and the others with a smile. "Everyone, I am really sorry. My two maids are a little unruly and willful. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. Ha ha ha." Mu Feng immediately laughed. "I was wondering which family's pampered young mistress. So in this day and age, two servants can also be so rude and domineering." "Bastard, who are you calling servant?" The two women were about to flare up again, but they were stopped by the smiling young man. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency is right. I did not discipline them well. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Looking at the other party's humble smile and sincere tone, the anger in Mu Feng's heart also subsided a little. "Humph, your words are quite pleasant to hear. Since that is the case, then let's forget about what happened just now. Hee, many thanks for your magnanimity." The young man was still humble, and then he waved at the yin-yang beast. "Noni!" The yin-yang beast immediately walked towards the other party, and at the same time, its strong and mighty body rapidly shrunk under the cover of a brilliant light. When it returned to the man's side, it had already changed back to its previous nimble form. The man squatted down, raised his hand, and gently stroked the yin-yang beast's soft fur, a doting smile on his face. The yin-yang beast also seemed to enjoy it, like an obedient kitten. Just when everyone quietly relaxed, a loud bang sounded out, and the sound of bones breaking caused everyone's heartstrings to tremble. Along with a mournful cry, a lithe figure directly flew out and heavily hit the wall, splashing a dazzling amount of blood. Hua! This sudden scene directly shocked everyone present, and Yi Yao's delicate body trembled violently, her eyes widened, and she could not help but cover her mouth with her hands. Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, Hao Zi, and the rest of the people in the hall all had a look of astonishment on their faces. They saw that the kitten-like yin-yang beast fell to the foot of the wall, and a steady stream of blood flowed out. Such a ruthless method! "Why did you do this?" Yi Yao immediately felt a chill down her spine, and she quickly ran towards the yin-yang beast. But the guards did not say much, and directly raised their long spears to block the other party. The young man was still smiling, and his smile was especially humble, with a kind of scholarly demeanor. But at this moment, this smile of his was simply terrifying. What's the use of keeping a beast that doesn't even listen to its master? Beast? What's the use? These two cold words were especially ear-piercing. The situation had changed too quickly, and everyone could not react in time. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying this seemingly gentle man was. Behind the hypocritical smile, there was an extremely sharp, poisonous dart hidden. It did not listen to you. It just didn't listen to them. Yi Yao was extremely unwilling to accept this and argued with him. "Is there a difference?" The man replied mockingly. Yi Yao was so angry that she trembled. But more than that, she felt sorry for that yin-yang beast. From the beginning to the end, it was not in the wrong looking at Yi Yao's incomparably sad appearance. The two seductive women beside the man became even more proud. "Ah, this is really a bastard that I have never seen before." Mufong was also so angry that he laughed. This was really the first time he had seen this kind of person in his life. The young man did not think much of it, and his handsome eyebrows slightly raised. His gaze ignored everyone else, and directly fell on Chu Hen. "I'm teaching my own beast a lesson. It shouldn't be any of your business, right? What do you think, sir?" Everyone's gaze could not help but fall on Chu Hen's body. It had to be said that this young man's eyes were indeed sharp, and he could see that Chu Hen was the center of the group with a single glance. Chu Hen lightly let out a sigh of relief and indifferently replied, "State your price." "Oh," the man revealed a look of surprise. "I'll buy that young beast." Everyone was stunned, and Yao also looked at Chu Hen in surprise. Ah, you even want something that is about to die?" The man's voice was frivolous and full of ridicule. "Yes." Chu Hen's eyes were calm. "Let me think carefully. Back then, how many billions did I spend? Yes, 100 billion upper grade primordial crystals for it. Why don't I transfer 500 billion to you?" Whoosh! 500 billion upper grade primordial crystals? The entire hall was instantly in an uproar. Mufong directly scolded, "You **king crazy about money? Okay, 500 billion it is." Chu Hen replied resolutely. Everyone was shocked again, and Mufong scolded in a low voice, "Are you crazy? That thing can't be saved, and buying it is a waste of money." However, Chu Hen was still determined. He stood up and looked at the young man in front of him. However, the latter shook his head and smiled. "We were just discussing the price. I want 1 billion. Okay, come and get it." Chu Hen's voice instantly became extremely cold. The young man smiled indifferently. "Isn't it better if you send it over?" "As you wish, Chi." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely strong aura surged out from Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen raised his hand, and a dark blue lightning beam shot out from his palm, attacking the young man like a laser. The young man raised one hand, and a series of gorgeous runes danced on his fingertips. He was a heaven-ranked rune master. The surrounding people were shocked. Buzz, buzz. Space rhythmically moved, and powerful Reiki energy spread out like a spirit spring. The space in front of the young man immediately distorted, and then a golden statue on the other side of the hall suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of the young man. Bang! The sharp and resplendent blue lightning directly hit the golden statue, and like a sharp sword, it penetrated the statue from the front to the back, and then went straight for the young man behind it. The latter's pupils shrank, reflecting the shocking rainbow-like lightning. The young man opened his paper fan and used the fan to block in front of him. Bang! The powerful thunderbolt struck on the surface of the fan, splashing out tens of thousands of sparks. A circle of chaotic airwaves mixed with broken spell symbols spread out. The entire body of the golden statue was instantly covered with cracks, and the entire hall began to sway restlessly. A disdainful smile appeared on the young man's face. However, in the next moment, a light cyclone dissipated from his feet, and a cold figure quietly stood behind the young man. The figure raised his hand, and intertwining lightning quickly climbed up his arm. Chapter 984. Do you believe that I can kill a heavenly pattern master in a second if we are face to face? Whoosh! A powerful airflow swept in all directions and spread out. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Numerous pairs of stunned eyes stared intently at the tall figure behind the young man. What a terrifying speed! It's like lightning. A moment ago, Chu Hen, who was several meters away, had appeared behind the young man without anyone noticing. Chu Hen faced the young man sideways. His ice-cold aura was like that of a ghost. Dark blue arcs of lightning ran up and down his arms, emitting a frightening cold light. I'll kill a heavenly pattern master in a second. It sounded like a question, but it felt more like a statement. It was an undisguised provocation and threat. Hee, what if I don't believe you? However, the young man was still calm and had a mocking smile on his face. At the same time, gorgeous runes lit up around the young man's body. Arcs of light flickered as the runes condensed and transformed into a black sacred armor. Not only do I not believe you, but I'm also sure that you'll throw an arm at me. The young man smiled with great confidence. Sharp spikes rapidly grew out of the black holy armor. The spikes were surrounded by black flames like a poisonous miasma. However, Chu Hen's expression was equally calm. He raised his arm covered in lightning arcs and said, "Let's give it a try." Chi-chi. The lightning arcs wantonly emitted an impatient aura, like the high-pitched screech of 3,000 thunderbirds. Many onlookers in the hall couldn't help but narrow their eyes, feeling an indescribable fear. But at this moment, a coarse voice directly exploded in everyone's ears. "Humph, you guys are too much to fight in the flowing cloud golden boat." A series of heavy footsteps could be heard. A dozen heavily armored guards with sharp weapons in their hands quickly rushed in from the inner passage. The leader was more than 2 meters tall and had a stocky build. He exuded an extraordinary deterrent force. "So, it's the Whale Island City's young master, Heartless. Why, do you want to destroy the flowing cloud golden boat?" An aura as strong as a mountain was released from the person before them. Everyone present felt quite a bit of pressure. This aura had reached the level after the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm. In terms of realms alone, he was probably slightly better than Chu Hen. The other heavy armored guards were not ordinary people either. Each of them had an exceptionally powerful aura. How could that be? I had a misunderstanding with this friend of mine and accidentally disturbed Captain Hong. I'm really sorry. The young man, who was called Ju Xan, still had a pleasant expression on his face. He had a modest and polite smile on his face. However, after what happened just now, it was very difficult for the crowd to interpret this smile as modesty and politeness. The other party was just like his name, heartless and heartless, now that he had disturbed the guards on the flowing cloud boat. Chu Hen couldn't continue to cause trouble, so he restrained the true core energy he had released. What happened? At the same time, the management staff in the central hall next door were also alarmed by the commotion here. The old receptionist, who had previously traded 200 billion high-grade origin crystal stones with Chu Hen, also came over. "How come it's you? Young Master Chu? What's going on?" After all, the old man had earned a lot of origin crystal stones from Chu Hen, so he quickly went up to ask. "It's nothing. Just like what this young master said, it's just a misunderstanding." Chu Hen replied calmly. Ju Xian closed his folding fan and glanced at Chu Hen before looking back at the guard leader. "Captain Hong, can you open the ventilation window?" Captain Hong frowned and said in a deep voice, "What kind of joke is this? We're in the center of the hurricane now. How can we allow you to act recklessly? I'm only opening half the window. What do you want to do?" Nothing much. I just want to throw that beast out that doesn't listen to its owner." "What?" Yi Yao's expression changed. She looked at the yin-yang beast that was lying in a pool of blood and dying. She wanted to stop it. However, she didn't know what to do. Just now, because of this matter, Chu Hen had already made a move against the other party. If he continued to pester them, he would only continue to embarrass Chu Hen. Captain Hong glanced at the yin-yang beast that was shrinking at the foot of the wall, then looked at Ju Xan, who had a playful look on his face, and then waved his hand. "Hurry up!" The other party's words were no different from announcing the death penalty for the yin-yang beast. Yi Yao's heart fell to the bottom. Ju Xan looked at Chu Hen with the attitude of a victor and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't lack money." As he spoke, he turned around and followed Captain Hong and the others to the side passage. The two seductively dressed women also glanced at Yi Yao and Mu Feng with disdain, then followed behind Ju Xian and left. Two of Ju Xian's subordinates walked in front of the yin-yang beast. Each of them grabbed one of its front legs and pulled its weak body up. No. Yi Yao gritted her teeth and ran after them. Mu Feng, Haozi, and Long Xuanxuang also chased after them worriedly. Only Chu Hen looked coldly at the pool of blood at the foot of the wall. Young Master Chu. After everyone left, the old man in the central hall pulled Chu Hen to the side and shook his head with a sigh. Of all the people you could have provoked, you had to provoke him. I have to remind you seriously that once you reach Whale Island City, don't stay here any longer. Hurry up and change to the next flowing cloud boat. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He sighed softly and didn't say anything else. At the side passage of the flowing cloud boat, outside the window, the sky was dark and the earth was spinning. Even through the thick glass, one could feel the raging wind and rain. Are you really going to throw it out? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill it? Captain Hong said coldly. Haha, isn't that boring? I really like to see those helpless and desperate eyes. What a pervert. Captain Hong cursed inwardly. Then he waved his hand and said, Open the window. Yes. A heavily armored guard replied. He walked to the window and took out a crystal card that glowed with a white light pattern. He placed the crystal card against the glass of the window. In an instant, a dazzling spirit pattern appeared on the window. The spirit pattern swam around, as if it was an activated restriction. That glass-like substance immediately turned into an illusory screen of light. Bang! A soft sound rang out, like a popped bubble. The screen of light immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. Clang! In the next instant, a bone-chilling storm surged in like a torrent that had broken through a dam. The torrential rain seemed to have found a hole and kept pouring in. The incomparably strong wind made it hard for the people next to the window to open their eyes outside the flowing cloud boat. The storm of death tore through the heavens and earth. Throw it out, Zhu Exan said lazily. No, don't. Yi Yao, who had followed along, bit her lip. She couldn't bear to do it. However, no one listened to her. The two subordinates, dragging the yin-yang beast, walked to the window against the storm. The rainwater that blew in instantly drenched the yin-yang beast's fur. The heavily injured yin-yang beast was completely powerless to resist. It struggled weakly, appearing especially helpless. Without any miracle, the two of them directly threw the yin-yang beast out of the window. Its small body was instantly swept into the storm, as if it had been dragged into an abyss by thousands of demons. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the boundless dark thunderclouds. Even its miserable cries were drowned out by the storm. Then the window closed, and the illusory screen of light turned into solid glass once again. Chapter 985. Sister Xianshuang, please go back. I'm fine. In Yi Yao's room, she said to Long Xuanxuang, Mu Feng, and Haozi with red eyes. Are you sure you're fine? Let me stay with you for a while. Long Xuanxuang said softly. Just now, when Yi Yao stumbled, Mu Feng helped her back. No, Sister Xianshuang, I'll be fine after some rest. Yi Yao squeezed out a smile and said, Okay. Long Xuanxuang didn't say much and left the room with Mu Feng and Haozi. Where did Chu Heng go? Mu Feng said as he glanced at the empty room next door. I don't know, I didn't see him just now. Damn, this is the first time I've met such a cruel and perverted bastard. He's really a rare, ruthless character. The conversation between Mu Feng and Haozi was getting further and further away. Soon, Yi Yao was the only one left in the room. Deep guilt welled up in her heart. Although she had only met it twice, the yin-yang beast had left a deep impression in Yi Yao's heart. This was especially so when he was thrown out of the flowing cloud boat. His sorrowful eyes made Yi Yao feel even more guilty. If she didn't want to tease it first, it wouldn't have happened. Even ordinary people would feel sad about this result, not to mention the kind and innocent Yi Yao. As she thought about it, her tears flowed down. Haha. At this time, there were 2 knocks on the door. Yi Yao wiped away her tears and raised her voice. Sister Xianshuang, I'm really fine. You can go back. However, there was no answer, and then there were 2 knocks on the door. Not long, Xuan Xuan. Yi Yao frowned slightly and calmed her fluctuating emotions. She got up and went to open the door. May I know who you are looking for? As he spoke, he opened the door. Before his voice faded away, a round little bun face appeared in front of Yi Yao's eyes, its alternating black and white, for looked like a strange yin and yang diagram, and its slightly opened vertical pupils glowed with a faint, gentle luster. Noni, Yi Yao exclaimed. What do you think? Are you surprised? A gentle voice came from behind. The yin-yang beast moved aside, and Chu Hen stood at the door with a smile. Big brother Chu Hen. How could this be? Yi Yao was shocked and bewildered at the same time. Is this really Noni? I clearly saw it get sucked into the death storm. How is that possible? The rotating myriad beast illustration. Chu Hen said, Battle revolving myriad beasts portrait. That's right. Chu Hen carried the yin-yang beast into the room and explained, My battle revolving myriad beasts portrait has the power to summon demonic beasts. Summon power? Yi Yao was stunned at first, but she quickly understood. There's Noni's blood in the lounge. Smart. Chu Hen gave his affirmation. The battle revolving myriad beasts portrait could sign a summoning contract with the blood of demonic beasts. When Heartless injured Noni with his palm, there was a large amount of beast blood. When everyone left the lounge, Chu Hen secretly collected the beast blood on the floor and signed a contract with the battle revolving myriad beasts portrait. Then, the second after the yin-yang beast was thrown out of the flowing cloud boat, Chu Hen completed the summoning and saved Noni. Yi Yao, who understood what had happened, was pleasantly surprised. She hugged Chu Hen's arm and shouted, Brother Chu Hen, I really admire you. Chu Hen smiled. Haven't you been like this since you were young? That's right. When I was young, I admired you a lot. Now I admire you a lot. Yi Yao's mood had already taken a 180-degree turn. Chu Hen also placed Noni on the table. Just now, I went to find Senior Shi Fengzi to treat it. Its life is no longer in danger, but it needs a period of time to recover. Thank you, Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao was sincerely grateful. She gently carried the yin-yang beast and carefully tidied its fur. You're called Noni, right? From now on, you'll stay by my side obediently. I'm your new master, and of course, I'm also your good friend. Although Chu Hen had saved it in time, the short period of time that he had thrown it out of the air window had caused many wounds on the yin-yang beast's body. Coupled with Zhu Xian's merciless attack, the yin-yang beast was extremely weak. However, from its eyes, it could be seen that it had an indescribable closeness to Yi Yao. Brother Chu Hen, why do you think Noni approached me before? Yi Yao asked with her big bright eyes. I've asked Senior Shi Fengzi. Because your bloodline is the Tai Chi holy body, this yin-yang beast can also control yin and yang qi. The attributes of the two are very similar, so to it, you have a very attractive affinity. So that's how it is. I thought it was because I looked cute. Haha, maybe. Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. Afterwards, Chu Hen left the yin-yang beast in Yi Yao's care and returned to his own room. The cabin in the upper-class area was still very quiet. The storm outside the window had yet to stop, and the world of darkness was so dark that it was hard to tell whether it was day or night. They were still 10 days away from Whale Island City. However, cultivators wouldn't feel bored just because they had nothing to do. Let's practice rune techniques first. Chu Hen took care of both Wu Xiao and rune techniques. It was still the Eternity Heart tool pattern. Previously, when he was at Mount Kuan-Lu, Chu Hen had completed the first level of the origin weapon refinement. The second level of the tool pattern to fuse external elemental energy was much more complicated, but he was already in the process of coming into contact with it. There was also the third level, which was the rune technique for forging power into weapons. It was also the most difficult level. Chu Hen sat upright on his bed. Then he opened his Naiwan palace and strands of Reiki energy seeped out from the space between his eyebrows. Reiki energy wrapped around his fingers like optical fibers. When he stretched his fingers, the air started to vibrate rhythmically, and a series of beautiful runes danced out. Perhaps it was because he was getting more and more adept at controlling the energy of the immortal talisman tree, but the formation of the runes was exceptionally smooth. In just half a cup of tea's time, the first rune of the Eternity Heart rune had already been formed. Chu Hen followed his heart's desire and arranged the runes in a familiar order, completing the first level in an instant. Without any hesitation, he immediately formed the second rune. What was surprising was that the runes on the second level were also quite smooth. Brilliant spirit inscriptions circled around him like butterflies, of course. This was only the condensation of the runes. The most important thing was to fuse them into a weapon in the form of a tool rune. Only then would it be considered a success. However, Chu Hen didn't dare to mess around in the flowing cloud boat. Chapter 986. After a series of earth-shattering storms, they finally welcomed a rare sunny day after the rain. The flowing cloud-flying ship shuttled through the sky above the azure sea like an unstoppable, majestic beast. The sky was clear, and the sea was calm and tranquil. After nearly half a month of sailing through the boundless sea, many islands and sea cities quietly appeared in front of the flowing cloud ship. Dear guests, we have arrived at Whale Island City. Please pack up and prepare to leave the cabin. A friendly reminder spread throughout the interior of the flowing cloud-flying ship, followed closely by the sound of impatient footsteps. Within the room, Chu Hen, who was surrounded by tens of thousands of bright and beautiful runes, was like a bright moon that was held up by the stars. Waves of intense spiritual energy undulations continuously surged out of his body. Chu Hen flicked his 10 fingers, his aura fluctuating between strong and weak. The runes on his body also flickered between bright and dark. Buzz! Accompanied by a low trembling sound, like a rapidly receding tide. All the runes that enveloped his body directly dimmed. Then, like bursting bubbles, they turned into specks of fluorescent light and dissipated without a trace. Phew! Chu Hen let out a deep breath, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. I'm still lacking a bit. Looks like I still need an opportunity to break through to Heavenly Rune Master. Over the past few days, Chu Hen hadn't left his room at all to study runes. Relying on his increasingly adept control of the immortal rune tree's power, his fusion with the street tree had also become increasingly stable. Meanwhile, Chu Hen had also faintly sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to Heavenly Rune Master. However, even after half a month, he still hadn't been able to smoothly cross that threshold. Although he was still stuck at the bottleneck of a rank 9 earthly rune master, his control and usage of runes had improved considerably. A quiet environment was the most suitable for cultivation. Big brother Chu Hen. At this moment, Yi Yao's voice sounded from outside the door. We've arrived at Whale Island City. Whale Island City? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. The timing was just right. Then he got up and went to open the door. The first thing that came into view was Yi Yao's clean and pretty smile. Brother Chu Hen, look, Noni's injury has already recovered. Yi Yao raises the yin-yang beast in her hand. After more than 10 days of recuperation and Yi Yao's meticulous care, the yin-yang beast had regained its former vigor. Not bad. Chu Hen smiled and reached out his hand to rub Noni's head. Noni turned his head away and made a slight woo sound. No one knew if he was expressing his dissatisfaction or thanking Chu Hen. Let's go find the others. Yi Yao nodded. We're already here. Just as they were about to leave, Mu Feng, Long Xuan Xuan, and the others appeared at the corner of the corridor. So punctual? Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Mu Feng walked over and casually pinched the yin-yang beast. You're a winner in life, Brother Noni. Woo. Noni growled in a dissatisfied tone. Yo, You're not happy when I say it, you ungrateful fellow. While Chu Hen was cultivating in seclusion, Long Xuan Shuang Mufeng and the others came over a few times. During this period, everyone already knew that Chu Hen had used the summoning power of the battle revolving myriad beast diagram to save Noni. I'm impressed that you could think of something like that. Han Yichuan, who was following behind, said. Although he and Xiao Shaowan weren't there that day, they couldn't help but admire Chu Hen's reaction when they heard Mu Feng and Haozi talking about it. You two have broken through to the profound heavens realm? Xiao Shaowan suddenly asked. She was asking about Haozi and Mu Feng. Damn, I've been found out. I was thinking of showing off one day. Mu Feng squinted his eyes and said, Uft, you two have the lowest cultivation in the team. What's there to show off? Xiao Shaowan said without holding back. Little sister, you'll easily lose friends if you act like this. Who are you calling little sister? What do you think? Mu Feng raised his hand to measure Xiao Shaowan's height and said in a cheap voice, The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Xiao Wan is 5 meters. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one present could handle Mu Feng. Xiao Shaowan was so angry that her teeth itched. Han Yichuan quickly stopped her and gave Mu Feng a look. Don't say any more. Although this girl is small and short, when she gets angry, she can break your ribs with one punch. Mu Feng shut up immediately. He just remembered that Xiao Shaowan had a nickname that everyone in the victorious East State knew. Violent Witch. Haozi smiled and said, We have to thank Senior Shifeng for this. It's a piece of cake. You don't need to thank me. In the future, just serve me tea, wash my clothes, and make my bed. Shifeng Zi put on the posture of an otherworldly master. Mu Feng didn't dare to retort. If it weren't for the elixirs refined by Shifeng Zi, the two wouldn't have broken through the bottleneck so quickly. Where's Senior Guyu? Chu Hen also realized that Guyu wasn't in the group. Yes, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. That person isn't in the room. Haozi answered. Not in. Chu Hen was stunned. That's right, and she left this behind. Haozi took out a thick scroll and handed it to Chu Hen. With a stomach full of doubts, Chu Hen took the scroll and unfurled it. A clear topographic map appeared in front of everyone. The topographic map was completely hand-drawn. It showed in great detail the route from Whale Island City to the desolate, soared ancient plains, the tomb of immortals and demons, and the sinking star province. Looking at the map in front of him, Chu Hen understood that the other party had probably left. Did that senior leave without saying goodbye? Yi Yao asked. Chu Hen nodded with a deep look in his eyes. It can't be considered as leaving without saying goodbye. She already told me everything that needed to be told. Guyu gave Chu Hen a choice. They could search one place at a time, or they could split up. Since Chu Hen chose the latter, the rest was up to them. Although Senior Guyu's personality is a little strange, she took good care of us. Haozi said. Why do you say that? Mu Feng asked in return. Look at the map above. All the dangerous areas in the Tomb of Immortals and Demons have been marked for us. Ordinary people wouldn't be so careful. That makes sense. But there's something I don't understand. The flowing cloud boat hasn't docked yet, right? How did she leave? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they looked at each other. Shifeng Zi, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. He nodded slightly and said, It's not strange at all for someone who can travel from the victorious East State to the Mu State to leave the flowing cloud golden boat without anyone noticing. Chu Hen nodded in agreement, looking at the map in his hand. He secretly hoped that no matter where Luo Mengchong was, it would be fine as long as she was safe. A moment later, the flowing cloud boat docked. When Chu Hen and the rest walked down from the cabin, the cool and salty sea breeze blew against their faces. This kind of feeling made them feel refreshed. The flowing cloud platform in Yi City was the same. Dozens of giant stone pillars supported the huge body of the flowing cloud golden boat. However, the flowing cloud platform in Yi City was on land, while the flowing cloud platform in Whale Island City was built by the sea. Walking down the tall stairs, they were greeted by the azure sea on both sides. The waves lashed against the beach, and the blue sky and white clouds set off the scenery. It was a relaxing and broadening scene. What a great place! Han Ichuan exclaimed in admiration. If I wasn't in a hurry to find Miss Mengchang, I really wish I could stay here for 10 days or half a month. Haozi's small eyes flickered with a bright light. After all, it was their first time coming to an island city. The new and exotic scenery here was indeed eye-opening for them. They got off the flowing cloud boat one after another. The spacious square was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Because the heavenly talisman battle, which was held once every 3 years, was about to begin, outstanding inscriptionists from all over Whale Island City had gathered. The already bustling Whale Island City was bursting with people. Where are we going next? Long Xuan asked gently. Chu Hen spread out the map left behind by Guyu once again and found the route to the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil. The Tomb of the Immortal and Devil is northwest of Whale Island City, which is below the Midland. We have to pass through the giant Crocodile Bay first, and then cross a few mountain ranges before we can reach the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil. The group followed Chu Hen's directions and looked around. There was a series of nameless islands on the way from Whale Island City to the giant Crocodile Bay. The distance between the route and the giant Crocodile Bay was clearly longer than that from Yi City to Whale Island City. It seemed that they still had a long way to go before they reached the Tomb of the Immortal and Devil. I'll go find out where we can take the flowing cloud boat to the giant Crocodile Bay. Haozi said. Chu Hen nodded. With that, Haozi walked towards the crowd by the roadside. Not long after, the other party returned. Whale Island City's flowing cloud, west platform. Whale Island City was the first land outside of the eastern continent's borders, and its geographical position could be said to extend in all directions. Not only did it connect Yi City to and from there, but it also served as a transit point. Let's go! Without any delay, the group headed straight for the flowing cloud west platform. One was in the east and the other in the west. Naturally, they had to pass through the inner city of Whale Island City. The bustling and exotic atmosphere pervaded the entire inner city. Because of the heavenly talisman battle, Whale Island City and the nearby large islands were all bustling with activity. As they walked through the streets, Chu Hen's party inadvertently came to understand the general layout of this place. Whale Island City was jointly managed by the city lord and a few of the surrounding clans. Among them, the city lord, Qi Ming, was the leader, while the other clans assisted him. With the largest city, Whale Island City, as the center, there were 10 large islands, dozens of medium-sized islands, and over 1,000 scattered small islands around it. The population density of Whale Island City was also very impressive. After a few hours, Chu Hen's party successfully found the flowing cloud west platform, guided by passers-by. Compared to the east platform, the west platform's construction was especially spectacular and extravagant. The spacious area was clearly layered, with majestic sea observation platforms arranged in rows. In the sky above the coastal waters, 3 enormous flowing cloud golden boats hovered between the heavens and the earth like prehistoric beasts. Looking at the scene in front of them, Chu Hen and the others secretly sighed in admiration. It was truly a grand gesture. Soon after, they arrived at the reception room where they could purchase boarding tokens. It was a luxuriously decorated 3-story building. The layout of the building was similar to that of a pawn shop. A counter was placed horizontally on the inside, and a pretty young lady was sitting inside. The young lady was a little surprised to see Chu Hen's party enter. "Are you all here to purchase boarding tokens?" "Yes, give me 8 boarding tokens for Giant Crocodile Bay," Chu Hen said without hesitation. The young lady was a little baffled. Most people had come to Whale Island City these days, and only a few had left. But even though she was baffled, the young lady still received them warmly. "May I ask what kind of cabin would you like?" "Special class." Chu Hen replied casually, "There's no need to be so expensive. Just a medium one will do." Long Xuan advised from the side. The others nodded in agreement. Special class is indeed not worth it. In any case, when we cultivate, a dozen or so days will pass in the blink of an eye, Han Ichuan chimed in. Then let's go with medium. Chu Hen didn't insist. A medium cabin is 5 billion high-grade primal crystal stones per person. That's a total of 40 billion. Thank you. The young lady gave a figure. Just as Chu Hen was about to pay, the young lady spoke again. May I ask for your pass? Everyone was taken aback, and they looked at each other. Han Ichuan stepped forward and asked, What pass? Don't you have a pass? The young lady was also very puzzled. She asked again, Could it be that you have just come from the eastern continent? Is there a problem? Chu Hen asked. The young lady smiled politely, shook her head, and said, Everyone, due to the strict management of the islands in the sea. In order to prevent people from the other continents from entering their respective borders, we need a pass to travel between them. It's just like how people from other places need a pass if they want to go to the eastern continent. Where do we apply for a pass? The fish leaping restaurant in the city, the young lady replied. She continued, Actually, your luck is pretty good. The city lord broke through to the ancient eternal realm last month, and the whole city is very happy about it. The pass will give you a very discounted price. Discounted price? How much is it? Mu Feng asked, squinting his eyes. It shouldn't be 10 billion high-grade, primal crystal stones. F***CK. Mu Feng immediately cursed. Looks like that so-called pass is just an excuse for Whale Island City to make money, right? To be honest, in such a big place, no one would care if there's one more person or one less person. Although Mu Feng's words hit the nail on the head, the young lady wasn't angry. She still smiled politely and said, Young master, you're right. After all, this flowing cloud boat doesn't have any direct relationship with Whale Island City. However, the city lord's mansion and the few big families need to maintain order here, so they can only use the pass to obtain a certain amount of remuneration. Then the city lord's mansion should also ask the power behind the flowing cloud boat for money. Why should they ask for it from the passengers? The young lady was at a loss for words. She could only smile awkwardly. This is the common rule of the various seas. I hope young master won't make things difficult for a weak girl like me. Mu Feng waved his hand, acting as if he was the one bullying the other party. Chu Hen didn't say much. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In any case, it was just one more procedure. Soon after, the group left the flowing cloud boat West Terrace and arrived at the inner city of Whale Island City. After asking around a few times, Chu Hen's group found the location of the Fish Leap over building. The building had an extraordinary aura and was built in an antique style. The words Fish Leap over building were written on the signboard in front of the door, as if they were traces of a fish swimming by. Chu Hen and his companions stepped inside. The interior was spacious and bright, and the main hall was decorated strangely. There was a fountain in the middle of the pool. A few red koi with shining scales radiated vitality, as if they were auspicious signs. There weren't many people in the Fish Leap over building. Everyone lined up in front of a long table. After paying a hefty fee, they received a scroll that looked like an imperial edict. Are you here to apply for a sea pass? An old man dressed in clean and noble clothes walked over and asked with a smile. Chu Hen nodded. May I ask how many of you need a pass? All of you. Oh! The old man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly brought Chu Hen's group to the innermost counter. You guys can have priority. The other people in the hall were somewhat displeased. Why does the latecomer get priority? Isn't it just because there are more people? However, the crowd only dared to talk in low voices. After all, this was the territory of the city lord's residence. On the other side, the old man took out a golden record book from the counter. Where do you guys come from? Where do you live? The victorious East Prefecture of the Eastern Continent. That's really far. The old man was somewhat astonished. Then he asked a few ordinary questions. Chu Hen's answers were rather casual, and the old man didn't probe further. He simply registered them. A total of 8 people, 8 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones for a total of 64 billion. I'll only charge you 60 billion. The old man had an amiable smile on his face. Robbery. Mu Feng cursed in his heart. Howsy, Yi Yao, and the others also frowned slightly. As for Han Yichuan, Qiao Shaowan, and Shifeng Zi, they looked as if it was none of their business. After all, they were asking for Chu Hen's money, so they didn't feel the pinch at all. Chu Hen shook his head and took out a storage ring. The old man also enthusiastically took out 8 scrolls from behind the counter. The scrolls' workmanship was very exquisite, and they looked much more exquisite than the imperial edicts issued by the emperor. As Chu Hen handed over the storage ring, he also stretched out his hand to take the scrolls. However, a second before his fingertips touched the scrolls, there was a hua sound. A scorching wave of air stacked and rose, and a green flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the scrolls. Chapter 987. Whoosh! A scorching wave of air suddenly rose. Just as Chu Hen was about to take the scroll, a green flame appeared out of nowhere and flew out without any warning, directly burning the 8 passes to ashes. Who dares to be so impudent as to burn? The old man was both shocked and furious, but when he saw who it was, his face paled and he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Moo, Commander Mu Si. What are you doing? Following the old man's astonished gaze, Chu Hen couldn't help but frown. He saw a few guards wearing mighty armor and holding sharp weapons in their hands, coldly looking in their direction. The person in the lead seemed to be in his 30s. His eyes were bitingly cold like knives, and a sheathed long sword hung at his waist. His body faintly exuded a chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate. The other people in the hall also revealed expressions of fear. It's the guard commander of the city, Lord's residence, Mu Si. Why is he here? I wonder which blind person is going to run out of luck. Low whispers reached the ears of Chu Hen and the others. It could be seen that this middle-aged man called Mu Si was rather feared in Whale Island City. Looking at the bewildered old man, a frivolous smile appeared on Mu Si's face. He glanced sideways at Chu Hen and the others. These people's identities are rather suspicious, so we won't be issuing passes for the time being. Suspicious? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Mu Feng immediately jumped out and shouted, I say, Commander something. Don't speak nonsense, okay? No matter how you look at it, we are all good citizens, okay? I'm sorry, but whether you are good citizens or not is up to me to decide. You're going too far. Han Yichuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to flare up. Impudent. The several heavily armored guards behind Mu Si all roared in anger, each of them pointing their spears at the ground, their bodies erupting with biting cold, killing intent. Han Yichuan sneered, Humph, just a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Do you think you're qualified to clamor in front of me as the direct disciple of the palace master of Juhua Palace? Han Yichuan had never been looked down upon like this. He was about to make a move, but Chu Hen reached out and stopped him. Howsy, who was behind him, also advised in a low voice, This is not the victorious East State. Don't be rash. What, you want to fight here? Mu Si looked at them mockingly, his tone full of disdain. I actually hope that you will do that. After all, I lack an excuse to take you down. It was a blatant provocation. He was openly looking for trouble. Every word and every action of the other party was conveying that he was opposing Chu Hen and the others with equal harshness. Chu Hen looked up and asked with interest, How long will you wait to verify our origins? Depends on my mood. After all, our Whale Island city will be quite busy in the coming days. Mu Si smiled calmly, then raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something. He pretended to remind them, "Oh, right, a friendly reminder. The person you offended on the flowing cloud boat is surnamed Chi. Chi Jueshin?" They were shocked. Long Xuan, Yi Yao, Mu Feng, and Hausi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Surnamed Chi. Didn't this mean that the other party was a direct blood relative of City Lord Qiming? Sure enough. Chu Hen gently nodded his head. A thread of trembling flashed across his deep eyes. It was as if he was not too surprised by this result. "Thank you for telling me." Chu Hen smiled, then said to the people behind him, "Let's go." They didn't say anything else. Since they had offended someone from the city, Lord's mansion, there was no point in staying here. "Wait." Mu Si suddenly stopped them with a cold shout, then walked straight towards Yi Yao, his gaze falling on Noni, who was in Yi Yao's arms. "Why is the Yin beast raised by our young city lord in your hands?" With that, Mu Si reached out to grab him. Buzz! But in the next moment, an ice-cold palm firmly grasped Mu Si's arm, accompanied by Chu Hen's calm voice. "I'm sorry, it's not for anyone to touch." "Oh, is that so?" Mu Si sneered, his eyes turning cold. Whoosh! A dark green flame surged out of Mu Si's arm like a ghost fire and pounced towards Chu Hen's palm. The scorching wave of air caused the temperature in the hall to rise rapidly, and even the space was warped by the heat. However, Chu Hen didn't have the slightest hint of panic on his face. Before the dark green flame could wrap around his body, a bewitching purple flame surged out of nowhere. As soon as the two flames met, they immediately tore at each other. In just a second or two, the purple flame directly swallowed the green flame in a tyrannical manner. Mu Si's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his powerful inner energy to break free from Chu Hen's control, retreating 2 meters away in a few steps. Chu Hen turned to the side and smiled. "Sire, it's best not to start fire. It'll be bad if you burn yourself. You said that this Yin beast is raised by your city lord's mansion. So why don't you call out to it and see if it will respond?" Mu Si's entire face turned cold, and a chill surged in his eyes. Seeing the other party's deflated appearance, Han Ichuan, Mu Feng, and the others couldn't help but let out a breath of resentment. "Let's go," Chu Hen said in a deep voice. The city lord's mansion guards didn't say anything else, and raised their spears to block the way. "What? May I know the reason for detaining us? Don't tell me that we're going to be imprisoned for no reason when we pass by Whale Island City?" Chu Hen's voice was loud, and his righteous tone spread throughout the entire Fish Leap restaurant's main hall. The other people in the room couldn't help but whisper and discuss in a low voice. Mu Si's expression was dark and ashen. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and said coldly, "Let them go!" Only then did the guards withdraw their weapons and let them go. Chu Hen flicked his sleeves and left with the people behind him. "Commander, are we letting them go just like that?" a guard asked in a low voice. Mu Si let out a deep breath. "Don't worry, they won't be able to hide. Send someone to keep a close eye on them." After saying that, Mu Si slightly loosened his grip on his right hand. The inside of his right palm was covered with burn marks. "Who exactly is this damned scoundrel?" Mu Si's hand trembled slightly, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. By the time they left the Fish Leap restaurant, it was already afternoon. They had been busy for an entire day, running from east to west, but in the end, they still hadn't left Whale Island City. This was somewhat depressing. With great difficulty, they found a restaurant with empty rooms, and Chu Hen's party finally had a place to rest for the time being. The bustling street could be said to be extraordinarily lively. On the second floor of a restaurant that could be considered elegant, Chu Hen, Long Xuan, Yi Yao, 8 people, and Yin beast sat around a square table. The atmosphere inside and outside the restaurant was extremely lively. The customers at the other tables were also talking excitedly, drinking and chatting merrily. As for the topic of their discussion, It was naturally the Heavenly Talisman Battle that would take place in 3 days. The Heavenly Talisman Battle is finally here. I didn't attend the last time I went to the Eastern Continent, so I definitely can't miss it this time. Haha, that's right. It's said that this year's Heavenly Talisman Battle will be the grandest one so far. Not only are there many outstanding inscriptionists from the Eastern Continent, but even a few big forces near the mid-continent have sent people over. I've also heard that the most famous are the 2 genius inscriptionists from the Zhongyuan Castle, Su Lingzhu and Song Xiu. These 2 also came from far away. This year's Heavenly Talisman Battle will definitely be a fierce battle. Even so, I'm still more optimistic about the few local geniuses of our Whale Island city. For example, young Master Lu Yan of the Lu family and Miss Shui Feng of the Shui family. They're all first-rate young talents. Of course, the one I'm most optimistic about is still our city governor's young city governor, Qi Jiwexin. Ha ha ha, great minds think alike. At the mention of the 3 words Qi Jiwexin, everyone in the restaurant gave him a thumbs up, expressing their approval. What kind of person is the young city governor? He's a monstrous genius who became an earthly rune master at the age of 15. He's only in his 20s, but he's already a rank 5 heavenly rune master. His future is definitely limitless. That's right. Not only is the young city governor outstanding, even our city governor broke through to the ancient, eternal stage last month. Just based on these 2 points, it'll be hard for our Whale Island city not to decline. Even though everyone's discussion was in full swing, Chu Hen, Hani Chuan, Shifeng Zi, and the others didn't seem to fit in with the lively atmosphere. Especially when they heard the name Qi Jiwexin, they felt even more displeased. Damn it, my luck is really bad. I can't believe I actually ran into a ghost while riding on the flowing cloud boat. Mu Feng cursed as he shook his head. Then he glanced at Xiao Shaowan, who was standing next to him, and said, "If that's what you want, you can stay here for a long time." Xiao Shaowan rolled her eyes at him and replied disdainfully, "What does it have to do with me? The ones who offended Qi Jiwexin are the few of you. What does it have to do with me?" "Stop arguing. There's no point in talking too much," Haozi hurriedly stopped them. Yi Yao pursed her lips and said in a guilty voice, "It's all my fault. I'm sorry." Chu Hen smiled warmly and rubbed her head. "It's fine. There's always a solution." "What solution? Just fly over?" "Seems like that's the only way." Xiao Shaowan added, "Are you joking? The death storm can kill you in a few moves." Mu Feng was also asking for a scolding. Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel again, the others could not help but feel a headache. Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes turned to look at the silent Shifeng Zi and asked, "Senior Shifeng, do you have any ideas?" Shifeng Zi narrowed his old eyes and said, "Maybe we can make a navigational tool similar to the flowing cloud boat." Everyone was startled, but soon Shifeng Zi shook his head. "But it's very difficult to complete this task. I'm afraid it will require a lot of resources and time. If that Qi Jiwexin won't wait until then." Hearing Shifeng Zi's words, the few of them fell silent again. Without the help of the flowing cloud boat, it was impossible for them to pass through the death storm on the sea. Once again, things fell into a dilemma. From the beginning, Chu Hen did not reveal his inner thoughts. His eyes were fixed on the teacup on the table, and his increasingly deep eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Big news, big news, big news that was just released, haha. At this moment, a person rushed up from below the restaurant, excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Everyone's attention fell on the other party. What news? Rewards, rewards, rewards for the Heavenly Talisman Battle. Extravagant, absolutely extravagant. Can you guys guess what it is exactly? Everyone's eyes lit up, and they asked one after another, "What big? Hurry up. Don't keep us in suspense." The man who ran up raised the cup of good wine that had just been poured on the table and drank it in one gulp. Then he yelled happily and comfortably, "Not bad, not bad. Good wine, good wine." Let me tell you, the top 3 prizes this year are Young Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Divine Weapon list. Nebula Chain, ranked 9th on the Sacred Weapon list. Wow, everyone gasped in surprise. 2 holy objects ranked in the top 10. This situation was unprecedented in history. Aren't there 3? What else? Yes? Tell us quickly. After drinking another glass of good wine, the man nodded in satisfaction. Then, his eyes lit up as he spat out a few words. Chapter 988. Young Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Sacred Weapon ranking. Nebula Chain, ranked 9th on the Sacred Weapon ranking. As for the third reward, it's quite special. It's a flowing cloud golden boat. What? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire second floor of the pub burst into an uproar. The speaker may not have meant it, but the listeners did. Chu Hen, Shifeng Zi, and the others who were sitting nearby were startled. The 8 of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Following this, voices of doubt could be heard. How could it be a flowing cloud golden boat? What are you bragging about? That's right. Do you know how terrifying the cost of a flowing cloud golden boat is? Hurry up and pay me back for the wine you've drunk. You're just trying to cheat me out of my wine. Everyone, if I'm bragging, I'll be struck by lightning. The man patted his chest and said firmly, the third reward is definitely a flowing cloud golden boat. However, it's not one of those giant flowing cloud golden boats docked at the port. It's a small one. The crowd was startled once again and could not help but feel doubtful. The flowing cloud golden boat is only around 100 meters long, which is 10 times smaller than the giant flowing cloud golden boats. However, the materials used and the manufacturing method are exactly the same. Apart from the fact that it can carry fewer people, it can also travel through the storms in the sea. Wow, that's amazing! Doesn't that mean the person who obtains the flowing cloud golden boat can travel through the sea at any time? Isn't that obvious? The city governor must have spent a lot of resources to obtain the flowing cloud golden boat, right? Of course. It said that the resources used by the flowing cloud golden boat are equivalent to the city governor's income over the past 3 years. Amazing, truly amazing. It seems like City Governor Qiming is really too happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. Since City Governor Qiming had broken through to the immemorial realm, the entire city was overjoyed. The rewards for the Heavenly Talisman battle were also unprecedentedly generous. Just the 2 sacred weapons that were ranked in the top 10 were enough to make countless people scramble for them. Not to mention the flowing cloud golden boat. With the flowing cloud golden boat, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of money to ride on those public boats anymore. To the many forces and families living around the sea, its importance was self-evident. Seems like the Heavenly Talisman battle this year will be incomparably intense. I'm looking forward to it. While everyone was marveling at the heroism of the city lord's mansion, the other side had also quietly begun a discussion. The few of them stared at Chu Hen inquiringly. Among the 8 of them, only Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi were tattoo artists. If it was the latter, there would naturally be no problems. However, the rules of the Heavenly Talisman battle stated that those above the age of 30 were not allowed to participate. Hence, all the heavy responsibilities fell onto Chu Hen's shoulders. After a brief silence, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a resolute light. Senior West Wind will accompany me for a while. The others can go and rest later. He was a little surprised, but it seemed to be within his expectations. Shifeng Zi's old eyes twitched, and there was a hint of meaning in them. Long Xuan reached out to hold Chu Hen's wrist and slightly shook her head. Her red lips parted slightly. That's too forceful. Let's think of another idea. She knew that Chu Hen's attainments in the art of runes were only at the realm of an earth tattoo master, and in such a grand competition there would definitely be many heavenly tattoo masters participating. It would be a meeting of dragons and tigers. If it was a martial arts competition, Everyone was extremely confident in Chu Hen. As for the heavenly talisman battle, it would be difficult for him to stand out. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the flowing cloud golden boat as a reward, he had to be in the top 3. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was. The others were also silent, except for Xiao Shaoan, who casually drank her hot tea and ate her pastries, as if she didn't care at all. Han Yichuan quietly nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "I say, can't you take care of yourself? Even if you want to pretend to be nervous, can't you? The third lord of the victorious East Province, it can't be that he can't even make it to Whale Island City, right? If that's the case, he might as well just return to the East Continent." Xiao Shaowan said disapprovingly. Mu Feng and Haozi were slightly displeased, and just as they were about to scold back, Chu Hen stood up and said with a smile, "You're right. Actually, in my opinion, this isn't a big problem." Chu Hen's gaze shifted, and he revealed his bearing. "Senior West Wind, let's go." Shifeng Zi didn't say much, and immediately stood up and left the restaurant with Chu Hen. About an hour later, the sky outside had already turned into the evening. The clouds in the horizon were incomparably beautiful, like flowers and brocade, like a poetic and picturesque scene embellished by fairies. The streets of Whale Island City were all hung with dazzling lanterns and pendants. This was the busiest time in the inner city, with bright lights and an endless stream of horses and carriages. After asking passers-by, Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi arrived in front of a luxurious jade building that shone with jewels and jewels. The imposing building was decorated in a variety of colors, and young figures dressed in gorgeous clothes with extraordinary temperaments walked in and out of it. Most of them exuded the innate, transcendent aura of a pattern artist. Dragon Gate Pavilion. This is it. Looking at the domineering signboard hanging above the jade building, Chu Hen revealed a calm expression. "Let's go in," said Shifeng Zi. Chu Hen nodded, and the two of them stepped onto the steps leading to the entrance. Walking into the hall, they saw about 180 people gathered inside. At a glance, more than 70% of them were pattern artists, and many of them were emitting rather intense Reiki energy undulations. In the middle of the hall was an aisle with tables and chairs placed on both sides. A few pattern artists had gathered together and were discussing with each other. There were also a few people who were condensing a series of high-grade runes to discuss. Even so, it wasn't hard to see that most of the people present were here to test the waters, to test the strength of their opponents. The arrival of Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi also attracted the attention of some people. There were even a few hidden, probing auras peeking at Chu Hen. Chu Hen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After all, there were many sneaky people in this world. "I'm here to register for the Heavenly Talisman Battle." As they walked to the innermost part of the hall, Chu Hen expressed his intentions to a young female receptionist. The female receptionist smiled politely. "Please wait here for a moment." She led Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi a short distance behind them, and in front of them was an inner hall. In the inner hall, there was a stone tablet about 2 meters tall. The stone tablet was like jade, and it had an emerald luster. There were complicated and difficult to understand runes carved on it. An old man with half his hair and beard was sitting on a wide chair at the side. His eyes were half closed as though he was asleep. The other people were methodically instructing the pattern artists who came to register to complete a few simple actions. "What are they doing?" Chu Hen asked. Shifeng Zi glanced at it and answered casually, "That's the testing stone for Reiki energy." "Testing stone?" Chu Hen was slightly surprised. At this time, a young man just happened to walk forward. "I'm Li Yu, from Giant Crocodile Bay." A middle-aged man waved his hand and said calmly, "Take out your display item for the competition." The man named Li Yu took out a dagger that suffused a black luster. The middle-aged man took it and respectfully handed it to the old man, who seemed to be asleep. The old man did not even bat an eyelid as he calmly said a few words. "A star-grade, sacred weapon. Barely qualified to participate." The word barely made Li Yu feel slightly embarrassed. The middle-aged man nodded, then said to Li Yu, "Place your hand on the testing stone." Li Yu did as he was told. He placed his hand on the surface of the stone tablet and released a wisp of Reiki energy. One, the testing stone immediately emitted a faint light, as though it was emitting wisps of dense green light. What was surprising was that the black dagger in the middle-aged man's hand seemed to be summoned, as it also emitted a lustrous glow. "That's enough," the middle-aged man said. Li Yu retracted the Reiki energy and heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man returned the dagger to him and took out a jade tablet about the length of 2 fingers and handed it over. There was only one number engraved on the jade tablet. Next, the middle-aged man repeated the process and shouted. When Chu Hen saw this, he could not help but feel a little puzzled. Why is it so troublesome? The person in front of Chu Hen could not help but turn around and ask, "Is this little brother's first time in Whale Island City?" "Yes, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Haha, it's fine. It's not like you're the only one here for the first time. This has actually been the rule of the Battle of Heavenly Talismans since the beginning. Every participant has to show their completed work. Only those who have reached the standard are qualified to participate. For example, forging a star-grade sacred weapon or refining a low-grade, earth-grade elixir. As for setting up the formation, it's a little more troublesome. You'll have to go outside to take a public test. Star-grade sacred weapon? Low-grade, earth-grade elixir?" Chu Hen nodded inwardly. It seemed that the requirements of this battle of heavenly talismans were quite high. For example, star-grade sacred weapons and low-grade, earth-grade elixir. One had to at least reach the late stage of a spiritual tattooist to be able to do it. Moreover, they would need a series of external help. In other words, only those with attainments of a high-level spiritual tattooist or above were qualified to participate in the competition. Then why do we have to use the jade tablet to test? Chu Hen asked again. Chapter 989. The jade steel test is to prevent people from passing off fake items made by others as their own. After all, the items made by one's own hands will have Reiki energy attributes. This jade steel can detect whether the weapons and elixirs have the aura of the refiner's Reiki energy. I see. After listening to the explanation of the young man in front of him, Chu Hen suddenly understood. "Thank you for telling me. You're welcome. It's no big deal. No need to thank me." The other party laughed heartily, appearing rather friendly. Since there were still many people in front of Chu Hen, he had to wait. Compared to the rune masters who were interacting with each other in the big hall, the staff responsible for receiving the registrations seemed particularly boring. Especially the old man sitting on the chair, his head was lowered the whole time, looking as if he was about to fall asleep. The works of more than 10 contestants were all sloppy and ordinary, unable to pique the interest of the other party. After such a long time, not even a high-grade, earth-tier elixir or a yang-tier sage artifact was seen. It was indeed a little boring. Next, after receiving a moon-tier sage artifact contestant, the middle-aged man didn't even let him take the jade steel test and directly asked the next person to come forward. It seemed like the other party only wanted to quickly end this boring registration. There were less than 4 people left in front of Chu Hen, and it would be his turn in about half a cup of tea's time. "What is your competition item?" The middle-aged man let out a deep yawn. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and clear sound of a sharp weapon rang out in the hall. In an instant, a bright and beautiful blade light flashed, and everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. The old man sitting on the wide chair with his eyes squinted immediately raised his head. His sleepy expression was swept away, and his wrinkled face showed some excitement. "Good blade, it's a sage artifact." "Whoa!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall suddenly stood up and surrounded him. "My God, it's really a sage artifact? That's amazing. Another freak. To be able to make a sage artifact, he's definitely a heaven-tier rune master." Chu Hen and Shi Fing Zi couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. It was a strange-looking dagger that was shaped like a wood-chopping knife. It didn't look particularly sharp, and the blade was rather thick, but it gave off a terrifying aura. Following that, everyone's attention followed the dagger to the person who held it. It was a tall figure draped in a cloak. Even his head was covered, giving off a mysterious feeling. The old man stood up and said, "You are." The other party then lifted the hood of his cloak with one hand, revealing a rather heroic square face. This person's eyebrows were surging with righteousness, his eyes were bright, and his aura was steady. Hua! The surrounding crowd once again burst into an uproar. It's Song Xiu from Zhongyuan Castle. No wonder he could forge a sacred artifact, ranked on the list of sacred artifacts. Amazing. It's actually Song Xiu. I didn't pay much attention to him. The enthusiastic man in front of Chu Hen was also very surprised and said. The old man in charge of the examination also nodded in affirmation. Just as everyone was attracted by Song Xiu, who had suddenly stunned the crowd, an extremely discordant voice was transmitted over. Hee, I was wondering who was acting so sneakily. So it's great prodigy Song. I thought it was some little rascal who had done something wrong. The frivolous laughter carried a faint hint of disdain, and the straightforward tone was full of provocation. Everyone's gazes swept over to the same place. At one side of the hall, a young figure with a frivolous smile on his face was leisurely sitting there, playing with a participant token in his hand. After seeing this person clearly, the shock on everyone's faces was no less than Song Xiu's. It's Lu Yan. Lu Yan was a genius rune artist from the Lu family of Whale Island City. He was one of the local favorites to win the championship, and his fame was like the sun at high noon. When did Lu Yan arrive? I didn't even see him. I don't know. There didn't seem to be anyone there just now. Could it be the invisibility rune art? Amazing. He can actually cast the invisibility rune art in public without anyone noticing. The appearance of two popular candidates to win the championship caused quite a commotion in the Dragon Gate Tower. Genius versus genius. Before the heavenly talisman battle had even begun, sparks had already appeared on this side. In response to Lu Yan's mockery, Song Xiu merely sneered. Then he walked sideways to the jade tablet and placed his hand on it. As expected, the jade tablet and the chopping knife both shone with a bright light. The old man nodded solemnly and asked the middle-aged man to take out a numbered token for Song Xiu. Next, after Song Xiu received his participant token, there were only 2 people left in front of Chu Hen. However, everyone's attention was focused on Song Xiu and Lu Yan. Not many people paid attention to this side. Why do you have to do this? You came all the way here just to show up. Isn't this a waste of time? Lu Yan said with a playful smile as he rubbed his chin. Song Xiu, who initially did not want to bother with him, could not help but frown when he heard his mockery. He replied coldly, "Does this mean that you, young Master Lu Yan, will be the champion for sure?" Haha. It's hard to say who will be the champion. However, I don't think Zhongyuan Castle will be able to make it to the top 3. Ha 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 ha. As soon as his words left his mouth, a few hearty laughter came from the entrance of the hall. Young Master Lu Yan, isn't it a little too early for you to say that? Whoosh! An extraordinary aura surged into the hall as a few figures with extraordinary temperaments walked in. The ones walking in front were a man and a woman. The man was elegant in his white shirt and shoes. He was elegant and graceful. It was obvious that he was the one who said those words earlier. On the other hand, the woman had delicate eyebrows. Her eyes were clear, and her face was like a peach blossom. She was as beautiful as a lamp in the dark night. It's young Master Zhui Yuehan and young lady Su Lingzhu. Someone in the crowd quickly reported the identity of the newcomers. Su Lingzhu? Chu Hen lifted his gaze slightly. He had heard of this name more than once when he was in the restaurant. She was also a genius inscription master from Zhongyuan Castle. She was a very powerful participant. Young Lady Lingzhu is really beautiful. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. But why is young Master Zhui Wehan here as well? He doesn't seem to be an inscription master, right? Is there a need to ask? Young Master Zhua has always been pursuing young Lady Lingzhu. Naturally, he's here to escort her. So that's how it is. Young Master Zhua has already reached the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm at such a young age. It's hard to find a worthy opponent among the younger generation in Zhongyuan Castle. He and young Lady Lingzhu are really a good match. Listening to the discussions around him, traces of a cold smile appeared on Lu Yan's face. It's really lively tonight. Almost everyone who should be here is here. A few young talents appeared one after another, causing the entire hall to be filled with noise. The registration in the inner hall slowly came to Chu Hen's turn. "Brother, it's your turn," the young man in front of Chu Hen reminded him. Chu Hen smiled lightly and nodded to express his gratitude. Subsequently, Chu Hen walked inside and prepared to register. But before he could start, a voice that could not be refused sounded from behind him. "It's not your turn yet. Go wait at the side." Chapter 990. It's not your turn yet. Wait at the side. Just as Chu Hen was about to register, a commanding voice came from behind. Chu Hen was stunned. He turned around and saw a young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks standing behind Zhui Wehan and Su Lingzhu. It was obvious that he wanted Chu Hen to step back and let Su Lingzhu register first. "Miss Lingzhu, this way, please." With a flattering smile on his face, the man walked to the front to lead the way. Seeing that Chu Hen was still standing there, the man shouted again, "Are you deaf? I told you to step aside." "I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a long time." "You're late. Why don't you line up?" Chu Hen said calmly. "What a joke. What did you say?" The man was angry, but he did not find it funny. How blind was this guy? The other people in the hall also looked at Chu Hen with astonished gazes. Where did he come from? "I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. Looks like he's putting on a brave front." Chu Hen was not afraid at all when he saw how aggressive the man was. "I said you can line up." Upon hearing this, Zhui Han couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Yan from the Lu family and Song Xiu, another genius from Zhongyuan Castle, were surprised as well. Song Xiu was not afraid of making things worse. He laughed and said, "It looks like I've overestimated young Master Zhu's prestige. Even a nobody doesn't listen to you. Ha 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 ha." The enthusiastic man in front of Chu Hen hurriedly walked over with good intentions and advised him in a low voice, "Brother, please take a step back. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." To be honest, with Chu Hen's temper, it was not a bad idea to take a step back. However, the man's commanding tone made him unhappy. Chu Hen did not want to tolerate it. Let him go first. At this time, Su Lingzhu's indifferent and gentle voice sounded. Everyone in the hall was startled at first. Then they nodded to express their approval. Chu Hen was also slightly surprised. He had thought that these people were all the same, but he didn't expect this woman to be so reasonable. Immediately, Chu Hen did not delay any further and quickly walked in front of the testing stone. "Eastern Land, Chu? All right. Take out the competition items." Without waiting for Chu Hen to simply introduce himself, the middle-aged man in charge of registration impatiently started to urge him. It could be seen that he was quite dissatisfied with what Chu Hen had done just now. He hurriedly registered and then had to receive Su Lingzhu. Chu Hen wasn't angry. He took out a small jade bottle. "What the hell?" the middle-aged man muttered softly. He took the bottle and removed the stopper. Then he tilted the bottle and a round pill rolled into his palm. Traces of obscure energy fluctuations were emitted, and a dense green mist lingered around the pill. The old man in charge of testing raised his eyes and said in surprise, "Clear flow pill, low-grade heaven-class pill." "What? Heaven-class pill? In an instant, there was a low commotion in the hall. It's actually a heaven-class pill. Looks like he's quite capable. No wonder he's so arrogant. A few months before he left the victorious East State, Chu Hen had been asking Shifeng Zi about the art of runes at Mount Kunliu. Previously, he had refined 2 heaven-class clear flow pills, and Chu Hen had consumed one. There was only one left, which was the one in front of him. The old man took the clear flow pill and examined it for a while. The surprise in his eyes was even more obvious. He took a closer look at Chu Hen and nodded. Not bad, not bad. You're only an earth rune master, but you can refine a clear flow pill of such quality. It's really rare, earth rune master. Refined a heaven-class pill. Wow. Everyone in the hall was shocked by Chu Hen again, but at the same time, many people raised their doubts. Are you serious? The difficulty of refining the clear flow pill is very high among the low-grade pills. The steps are also much more complicated than ordinary low-grade pills. He, an earth rune master, can complete it? That's right. Even some heavenly rune masters have a high failure rate. Something's wrong. In the face of many doubts, Chu Hen reached out to the jade tablet calmly. With the activation of the Reiki energy, the jade tablet and the clear flow pill in the old man's hand glowed with soft light patterns. It was a direct slap in the face. The doubting voices stopped abruptly. Even Su Lingzhu couldn't help but look at that unfamiliar and slender figure with surprise, and her clear eyes were suffused with faint ripples. On the other hand, Zhu Yuehan showed some disdain. I thought he was a heavenly rune master. I didn't expect him to only have Earth-class attainment. Boring. This is the participant token. You must keep it safe. The middle-aged man in charge of registration took out a numbered token and returned it to Chu Hen along with the clear flow pill. His tone had also improved a little. Chu Hen took the 2 items and looked at the token. There was a sharp fur carved on it. Not bad. Brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize you. I didn't expect you to be so good. As soon as Chu Hen returned to Shifeng Zi's side, the enthusiastic young man walked over and said, I was just lucky. Chu Hen smiled. Oh yes, which district are you from? As the young man spoke, he looked at the numbered token in Chu Hen's hand. District 4? I'm from District 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his participant token. The number 3 was written on it. Chu Hen nodded. He knew that this year's Heavenly Talisman Battle was exceptionally popular. It attracted a lot of outstanding rune masters to participate. Due to the large number of participants, the competition would be conducted in different districts. Oh yes, my name is Zheng Shu. I'm from the Zheng family of Zhongyuan Castle. Let's be friends. The young man's smile was bright and clean. He gave off a friendly vibe. Eastern Continent, Chu Hen. Chu Hen nodded. They hadn't even exchanged a few words when the entire hall suddenly burst into a chaotic uproar. Huh, is it the Dragon Energy Gathering Pill? Miss Lingzhu is indeed amazing. Amidst the commotion, a rich medicinal pill fragrance permeated the air. Everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful figure in front of the jade tablet. Su Lingzhu was holding a wooden brocade box in her hand. Inside the open brocade box, there was a pill that was shining with a golden light. The pill's color and appearance were flawless. The bright patterns were like a pearl in the dark night. It was very dazzling. The old man's eyes shone brightly as he nodded and praised. Dragon Energy Gathering Pill, a mediocre grade, heaven grade pill. It's worth mentioning that the quality of this Dragon Energy Gathering Pill is much higher than the original pill. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a product of some modifications. Senior Shui, you have a good eye. I've indeed made some modifications to the original pill formula. The strength of the pill is 2 times stronger than the original. Su Lingzhu's red lips parted as she spoke. Wow. The crowd exclaimed in surprise again. Miss Lingzhu's talent is extraordinary. She's indeed a genius that only appears once in 100 years. The difficulty of refining the dragon energy gathering pill is extremely high. To think she was able to modify it, it seems like she'll definitely be the champion of the heavenly talisman battle. It's hard to say, but she'll definitely be very competitive. Compared to Song Xiu's saint weapon, Su Lingzu's appearance shocked the crowd again. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it was a question of the benevolent and the wise. For example, if two people had the same cultivation base, one would wield the saint weapon refined by Song Xiu, while the other consumed the dragon energy gathering pill refined by Su Lingzu. In a short period of time, the latter's cultivation base would definitely surpass the former. In other words, the person who consumed the pill would be able to easily kill the person who wielded the saint weapon. Naturally, in the long run, the person who possessed the saint weapon would definitely be able to reap more benefits. After all, in terms of practicality, medicinal pills were inferior to weapons. However, it was undeniable that Su Lingzu had temporarily surpassed Song Xiu in terms of modifying the dragon energy gathering pill. In this regard, Song Xiu did not show too much emotion. He silently put on his cloak and left the hall. Lu Yen, who was sitting on the other side, narrowed his eyes as a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 991. At night, Whale Island City was a scene of debauchery, singing and dancing. The endless stream of people talked about the prosperity of this sea city, Lord's Mansion. The magnificent city tower was peerlessly imposing, and the tall buildings were like stargazing pavilions. From the top of the city gate tower, one could overlook the greater half of Whale Island City. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing with it a comfortable coolness. Oh, heaven-grade, clear, flow pill. In a tall building with incomparably luxurious furnishings, several dancers were displaying their enchanting dance moves. Qi Juexin was sitting on a wide, comfortable chair with two seductive young women in his arms. In front of him, the commander of the city lord's mansion, Mu Si, was kneeling on one knee, a cold and solemn expression on his face. The corners of Qi Juexin's mouth curled into a mocking smile. It seems that he wants to participate in the heavenly talisman battle to obtain that flowing cloud golden boat. I really admire his courage, Mu Si sneered. A trifling earth pattern master wants to participate in the heavenly talisman battle. As for winning the championship, that's a fool's dream. I previously thought that this person had some ability, but it seems that he's just a foolish person with wild thoughts. This kind of person doesn't even have the qualifications to be your opponent, young city lord. How about this subordinate bring some people to go and... A cold light flickered in Mu Si's eyes. However, Qi Juexin raised his hand slightly. There's no hurry. This is Whale Island City. As the host, why can't we show our hospitality? Since he dares to participate in the heavenly talisman battle without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll play with him. It could be seen that Qi Juexin didn't take this matter to heart. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Only when the other party was exhausted would they understand what true despair was. Young city lord, there's one more thing. A trace of confusion appeared in Mu Si's eyes. Speak. Young city lord's yin-yang beast, Noni, is also with those people. Oh! When these words left his mouth, Qi Juexin was once again astonished. The two seductive women beside him also revealed bewildered expressions. Noni is still alive? Impossible. After a brief moment of surprise, Qi Juexin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint interest surged between his brows. Looks like it's not as boring as I thought. It's quite interesting. The brightly lit streets were bustling with activity. People came and went, and all kinds of shouts set off the luxury of this sleepless city. Brother Chu Hen, I'm going that way. Where do you live? If there's nothing else, how about a drink? After the registration, Chu Hen, Shi Fingzi, and Zheng Shu, the young tattoo artist from Zhongyuan Castle whom they had just met, left Dragon Gate Tower together. No, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhang. I still have a few friends waiting for me. Chu Hen tactfully refused. Zhang Shu was a little regretful. Soon after, he smiled. In that case, let's drink a few more cups after the heavenly symbol battle ends. All right. Then I'll take my leave first. Zhang Shu politely cupped his fists towards Shifeng Zi and Chu Hen. The two also raised their hands slightly in return. After the other party left, Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi began to walk in the direction they had come from. The region around Whale Island City is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are actually so many top-notch tattoo artists. Chu Hen said. Shifeng Zi raised his old eyes slightly and replied thoughtfully, "That girl surnamed Su is not simple. If you meet her in the competition, she'll be a very thorny problem for you." Chu Hen nodded. He couldn't deny this. When Su Lingzhu signed up for the competition, she had taken out a mid-grade, heaven-grade pill like the Dragon Ridge Cohesion Pill. This had really put a lot of pressure on the other contestants. Apart from Su Lingzhu, there was also the unsmiling Song Xiao and the brash Lu Yan. They were all very competitive opponents. Even the so-called young city, Lord Qi Juexin, was the most popular monstrous tattoo artist this year. To be honest, Shifeng Zi actually didn't think much of Chu Hen. It wasn't that Chu Hen was weak, but that his opponents were too strong. After getting along with Chu Hen during this period of time, Shifeng Zi also secretly admitted that Chu Hen had outstanding talent in the art of runes. But to him, this was only a sideline. His main focus was martial Dao, even with the support of the immortal rune tree. It was still rather difficult to bridge the gap between the geniuses who mainly focused on runes. Of course, Shifeng Zi didn't mean that Chu Hen didn't have the slightest chance. It was just that the probability of victory wasn't obvious. You don't seem worried? After a long silence, Shifeng Zi finally asked the question in his heart. Actually, Chu Hen had been very calm the entire day. He didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, the others were rather worried. Chu Hen raised an eyebrow and smiled. In fact, participating in the Battle of Heaven Province isn't the only choice. Oh! Shifeng Zi was startled. He looked at the other party in astonishment. Chu Hen's bright eyes were full of confidence, as if he had never been worried about this matter. You mean? That's right. Chu Hen nodded with some certainty. Even if I lose the Battle of Heavenly Talismans, I still have a way to leave Whale Island City. Shifeng Zi's eyes widened in shock. Since you already have a plan, I won't interfere with your choice. Chu Hen didn't say anything else. His gaze turned deep as he looked elsewhere. Big brother Chu Hen, Senior West Wind, you're back. After returning to the restaurant, he found Yi Yao, Long Xuan and Haozi still sitting in their original positions. How is it? Did you sign up? Long Xuan's phoenix eyes rippled with melancholy. Chu Hen nodded and looked at them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Where are the others? Mu Feng saw that you guys haven't returned for so long, so he went to look for you. The other two went out for a stroll. Haozi replied, Got it. You guys can have fun in the city for the next few days. Chu Hen's relaxed tone made them feel a little more at ease. Next, Chu Hen wanted to make some preparations. As for Qi Juexin, he wasn't worried about the people from the city, Lord's residents, finding trouble with him. From the fact that Qi Juexin had thrown Noni the yin-yang beast into the death storm on the flowing cloud boat, it wasn't hard to see that the other party was obstinate and self-opinionated. It was likely that Qi Juexin wouldn't openly make a move against them until the very last moment. After giving a few simple instructions, Chu Hen returned to his room to prepare for the upcoming competition. Although everyone was full of doubts, they could only trust Chu Hen. Since they were already trapped in Whale Island City, they didn't think too much about it. They immediately went to various interesting places around Whale Island City to relax and have fun. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 992. The Heavenly Talisman Battle had arrived as scheduled. On this day, the streets of Whale Island City were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the roofs and treetops were decorated with tassels and streamers. The sound of cannon salutes shook the heavens, and colorful confetti fluttered in the air. The Bay Area to the south of Whale Island City was already packed with people. There were ships of all sizes sailing to and fro the coast, and there was an endless stream of flying demon beasts gliding through the air. After crossing the 2 to 3 li of seawater, the crowd gathered at the Holy Wyram Island, where the heavenly talisman battle would be held. Holy Wyram Island was a medium-sized island near Whale Island City. It was only 1/10 the size of the main city island, but the environment on Holy Wyram Island was the best. In the azure seawater, Holy Wyram Island was like a huge Wyram coiled on the surface of the water. All kinds of bright and beautiful plants and flowers were like colorful scales. From afar, a few huge and peculiar sea demon beasts would emerge from the waters around Holy Wyram Island from time to time. This place is so beautiful. I really hope we can stay here for a long time. Yi Yao couldn't help but sigh as she stood by the seaside, feeling the sea breeze blowing against her face. At this moment, Chu Hen, Shifeng Zi, Long Xuan, and the others had already arrived at Holy Wyram Island with the people of Whale Island City. The rolling waves slapped against the beach, causing waves to splash on the reefs. Beautiful seashells were scattered on the seaside, and small crabs were scrambling about after being washed ashore. Beautiful seagulls flew by gracefully like arrows, piercing through the air as they stepped on the waves. If it wasn't for the growing crowd behind them, they would have almost forgotten that they were here to participate in the Tattoo Master competition. "Hey, Brother Chu Hen, you're here? I've been looking for you for half a day." At this moment, a clear voice came from behind them. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Shu, whom they had met at Dragon Gate Pagoda. "Brother Zhang." Chu Hen smiled. Zhang Shu's gaze swept over the people around Chu Hen, and he couldn't help nodding and praising. Brother Chu Hen's friends are really dragons and phoenixes among men, peerless in their generation. "I'm really ashamed. This brother has a good eye." Mu Feng shamelessly chimed in. The others helplessly shook their heads. "This guy really doesn't know what courtesy is." Chu Hen also gave a brief introduction to both sides. Zhang Shu's modesty and politeness left a good impression on them. "Brother Chu Hen, the first round of the Heavenly Talisman battle will begin in less than half an hour. Let's go to the Coiled Dragon stage." Zhang Shu said, "The first round." Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. "How many rounds are there in total?" This question caused Zhang Shu to be stunned, and he couldn't help but wonder if Chu Hen had actually come to participate in the Heavenly Talisman battle. Why didn't he know anything? Unbeknownst to them, Chu Hen had also decided to participate at the last minute. If it wasn't for Qi Juexin, which prevented them from obtaining a pass to leave Whale Island City, they would have been thousands of miles away by now. 3 rounds. Zhang Shu replied, "Come, let's talk as we walk." Immediately, Zhang Shu roughly explained the rules of the Heavenly Talisman battle to the few of them. The first 2 rounds were the elimination rounds, and the third round was the final showdown that would decide who would be the winner. Due to the increased intensity and rewards this year, the number of tattoo masters participating in the competition far exceeded the previous record, therefore. This year's Heavenly Talisman battle would be especially intense. Among them, the 2 regions with the highest expectations were Whale Island City and Zhongyuan Castle, which were home to many tattoo masters. Then there was Giant Crocodile Bay, Dongli City, and other places. In everyone's opinion, if nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be a tattoo master from one of these places. As the few of them chatted, they stepped onto a flight of stone steps that had 3 levels. There were close to 100 steps on each level. Every step was made of extremely sturdy white marble. They were arranged neatly and were so tight that even a needle wouldn't be able to pierce through the gaps. When everyone stepped onto the last step, what appeared before them was an incomparably wide and large sea-viewing platform. Standing on this high platform, they turned around to look at the azure sea behind them. The The sea was vast and boundless, and the waves rippled, as if it had merged with the sky. At the center of the sea viewing platform was a 10-meter-tall flood dragon statue. The flood dragon statue was coiled in a pool, and there was a fountain in the pool. The flood dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, looking straight ahead of the steps. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was the guardian spirit of Holy Flood Dragon Island at the same time. In the periphery of the sea viewing platform, there were already many grand-looking stands built. The viewing platforms were connected, with the front being lower and the back being higher. There were also rows of spacious seats on the platform. At this moment, many people had already taken their seats, and the noisy crowd made a racket. There are so many people. Xiaowan looked around. Are they sitting anywhere? Hee. Zhang Shu laughed heartily. You can sit anywhere you want on the viewing platform, but over there only the city lord of Whale Island City and the patriarchs of the major families can sit there, following where Zhang Shu was pointing. Everyone's gazes turned to a viewing platform in the north. The viewing platform there was the most magnificent, like the throne room of a dynasty's emperor. An exquisitely carved staircase extended down to the bottom of the platform. A few empty wide chairs were covered with expensive demon beast fur, which was a symbol of status. Below the platform, several heavily armored guards stood on both sides, like imperial guards. Ordinary people didn't dare approach. Chu Hen swept his gaze across the northern viewing platform and said indifferently, "Let's go!" Following that, everyone found an empty place to wait. At the same time, more and more people and contestants arrived. The sound of cannon salutes shook the heavens, and thousands of petals rained down. During this period, a few outstanding rune artists from Giant Crocodile Bay and East Content City arrived one after another, causing a small commotion. It's Song Xiu from Zhongyuan Castle. Suddenly, a low commotion arose in the crowd. A figure wearing a cloak and a lowered, conical hat appeared in a corner of the sea observation platform. The other party's attire didn't seem to be that of a rune artist, but rather that of a rainy night swordsman. Song Xiu's attire is really strange. He's always been like this. Everyone in Zhongyuan Castle knows that. Although Song Xiu had an eccentric personality and didn't like to interact with others, nobody dared to deny his great talent in runes. But no one dared to deny his formidable natural talent in the art of talismans. Especially in the weapons refinement domain, he possessed an extremely high standard. Amidst the low commotion, Song Xiu found a secluded corner and sat down. He lowered his bamboo hat and closed his eyes to rest. The commotion caused by Song Xiu's side had not yet subsided when another wave of clamor arose. Miss Su Lingzu is here too, and young Master Zhui Wehan. If Song Xiu's appearance was quiet and unsociable, then Su Lingzu's arrival was like a beautiful scenery. Not only was she accompanied by the genius powerhouse Wu Xiu Zhui Wehan, but there were also a few other young men and women with extraordinary temperaments. It was as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Miss Lingzu, we support you. I came all the way from Zhongyuan Castle to watch your competition. Don't disappoint us. Loud cheers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. Su Lingzu's expression was calm. Her clear eyes were like the water in an ancient well. Zhui Wehan smiled gently. There are many people from Zhongyuan Castle here. These people are all here for you. Weren't you the one who invited them? Su Lingzu asked indifferently. Zhui Wehan was stunned at first. Then he shook his head. I just want more people to witness the important moment when you become the champion in one fell swoop. Su Lingzu's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. She seemed to sigh softly, but didn't say anything else. Hee, you're in a hurry to celebrate so early? What if you can't even enter the top 3? How are you going to clean up the mess? As soon as Zhui Wehan's voice trailed off, a haughty, mocking laughter rang out. Hua! As the rain of petals danced in the air, a powerful aura engulfed the entire area. In an instant, The entire sea-viewing platform erupted in cheers that surged to the heavens. It was more fervent than any of the previous clamor. Our Whale Island City's genius rune artist has finally arrived. It's the young city lord, and young Master Lu Yan and Miss Shui Feng. Whale Island City will win. The entire sacred Flood Dragon Island was filled with excitement. A few young figures with extraordinary bearings slowly walked into the coiled dragon terrace amidst the cheers of the crowd. The one in the lead was extraordinarily handsome. His face was like a crown of jade, and he gave off a scholarly aura that was completely different from a scholar's, Whale Island City's young city lord, a fifth-rank heavenly rune master, Qi Jueshin. Behind him was a young man with an insolent expression and a young woman with a beautiful face and an arrogant temperament. This person was the equally popular young master of the Lu family, Lu Yan, and the eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Feng. They were both equally peerless and equally dazzling. The two sides met on a narrow path, causing a series of sparks to fly. "Huh." Zhui Wehan raised his handsome eyebrows and smiled indifferently. "Young city lord, don't tell me that the top three will be monopolized by your Whale Island City?" Even though the heavenly talisman battle had nothing to do with Zhui Wehan. But since he was accompanying Su Lingzu, he naturally had to retaliate. The corners of Qi Jueshin's mouth curled up elegantly as he walked forward. "I didn't say that. Then what did you mean just now?" Zhuo Yuehan asked. "What I meant was..." Qi Jueshin's gaze was provocative, his voice clear and powerful. "You might not even be able to pass the second round." Boom! Not even pass the second round. As soon as these words came out, the entire crowd erupted into an uproar. Arrogance. Absolute arrogance. The competition had yet to begin, but the thick smell of gunpowder had already spread. However, this was exactly what the audience wanted to see. "Haha, well said. Young city lord is too domineering." As expected of our Whale Island City's young city lord, he has the demeanor of a king. Treating others with courtesy was mostly hypocritical. Sometimes, people just liked this kind of simple and direct provocation. The momentum of Whale Island City's side directly overshadowed that of the people from Zhongyuan Castle. However, it had to be said that Zhui Yuehan's strength and the family behind him were definitely not ordinary. In the face of Qi Jueshin's provocation, the former wasn't the least bit afraid. He was still smiling calmly and naturally. "Then let's wait and see." With that, Zhui Yuehan glanced at Su Lingzu beside him. The latter's eyes were calm, and her red lips parted slightly as she spoke indifferently. "To me, the heavenly talisman battle is just an exchange of talisman techniques." With that, Su Lingzu turned around and walked towards the resting area. Zhui Yuehan turned back to look at Qi Jueshin, but didn't say anything else. As far as the audience was concerned, it was clear that Whale Island City had the upper hand in this first clash. As for whether they could truly suppress Zhongyuan Castle, that was something that everyone was looking forward to. "So that's Qi Jueshin? He's really arrogant." Han Yichuan's expression turned solemn as he watched from the spectator seats. Previously, he, Qiao Shaowan, and Shifeng Zi weren't present on the flowing cloud boat. This was only the first time they had met. Shifeng Zi's eyes narrowed as he said in a serious tone, "This kid isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid you'll have to be more careful in the future." Since even Shifeng Zi had said so, the others couldn't help but look at Chu Hen worriedly. If it was just a normal, face-to-face confrontation, then Qi Jueshin wouldn't be a threat to Chu Hen. However, if they were to fight using talisman techniques, there were probably many people present who could pose a threat to Chu Hen. At this moment, Qi Jueshin, who had already stepped into the center of the coiled dragon arena and was walking towards the host's stand in the north, suddenly glanced sideways. His gaze was filled with ridicule as it swept over Chu Hen from a few hundred meters away. When their gazes met, it was as if two invisible blades had collided. Chapter 993. Buzz. In the air there seemed to be invisible sharp blades colliding and intersecting. An obscure wave of qi rushed towards Chu Hen's location. As their gazes met, a frivolous and mocking smile appeared on Qi Jueshin's face, a silent provocation, a blatant mockery and contempt. This guy. Mu Feng frowned, and his face revealed a dark and cold expression. Chu Hen wasn't angry at all. He said indifferently, "Let him be." Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Qi Jueshin, Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and the other rune artists of Whale Island City walked past the coiled dragon platform and ascended to the host spectator stand. As time passed, the seats on the coiled dragon platform were filled one after another. But just when there was about the time it took to drink a cup of tea before the first round of the Heavenly Talisman battle, a series of over a dozen heaven-shaking cannon salutes suddenly exploded in the sky above Sacred Serpent Island. Boom! Bang! Along with the sounds of cannons coming from the sea in front of them, almost all the citizens of Whale Island City stood up in an instant. On the sea surface, a huge dragon boat was sailing towards them. Woo! The loud and impassioned sound of the horn spread in all directions, and the azure blue water split into layers of surging waves. The 100-meter-tall dragon boat stepped on the waves and split the waves, like a giant sea beast charging towards them. Hiss! When the dragon boat was a few dozen meters away from the shore of the sacred flood Dragon Island, a brand new red carpet suddenly streaked across the sky. It was like a rainbow that crossed the horizon as it rapidly extended from the dragon boat to the coiled dragon platform. Damn! What a grand display! Mu Feng muttered in a low voice. Immediately after, 5 extraordinary figures flashed out from the cabin at the top of the dragon boat. Accompanied by a powerful aura that caused others to tremble, the 5 of them stepped onto the rainbow bridge-like carpet and directly flew to the plaza of the coiled dragon stage. Buzz, the incomparably majestic aura, made everyone feel respect. All the citizens of Whale Island City raised their arms high and cheered in unison. Welcome, City Lord! Welcome for patriarchs! Congratulations to the City Lord for being immortal and ruling over the 4 seas! Everyone's faces were filled with deep respect and awe. The cheers grew louder and louder. The ground of the Sacred Serpent Island faintly trembled. The person in the lead had a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. He was dressed in an embroidered jade robe, and the 2 tufts of beard at the corners of his mouth gave off the noble air of a king. Looking at the cheering crowd in front of him, Qi Ming nodded slightly, as if he was a monarch looking down on the common people. Behind Qi Ming were several other aristocratic families that jointly managed Whale Island City. They were the heads of the Lu family, the Shui family, the Meng family, and the Xin family. The 4 of them were all top-notch experts who had reached the 9th level of the Sky Profound Realm. When the 5 of them stood together, the aura they exuded was absolutely like a mountain. People could only raise their heads to look at them. Under the gazes of countless people present, Qi Ming's group of 5 ascended the northern side of the grandstand that resembled an imperial throne room. The other city lords' mansions and the executives of the 4 great families also followed closely behind. Thank you all for coming from so far away. Standing proudly on the grandstand, Qi Ming's sharp and domineering eyes swept across the surroundings. He raised his hands, and his majestic voice reverberated. The already fiery atmosphere continued to rise, and everyone cheered and applauded. The people from Zhongyuan Castle, Giant Crocodile Bay, Yi City, and other places also responded. City Lord Qi Ming is wise and mighty, unparalleled under the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Qi Ming laughed heartily, then shook his head. I'm ashamed. I hope you all can forgive me if I have neglected you in any way in my Whale Island City. Looking at the imposing Qi Ming on the grandstand, Zhu Yuehan of Zhongyuan Castle narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Looks like Qi Ming has really broken through to the ancient eternal realm. No wonder those people from Whale Island City are so proud. Su Lingzu's red lips parted slightly. Even without city Lord Qiming, that Qi Juexin is also an extremely difficult person to deal with. Zhui Wehan raised his eyebrows, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a few simple pleasantries, Qiming waved his hand and said loudly, "I believe everyone here is anxious from waiting, right? Since that's the case, let's start the competition first. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. Start the competition first." Boom! Cheers filled the air. All the participants were shaken, and their eyes shone with a fiery light. Who didn't want to become famous and be unparalleled in the world when they were young? "It's about to start, Brother Chu Hen." Zhang Shu clenched his fists, excitement on his face. Chu Hen raised his eyes slightly. Although he wasn't as fanatical as the others, he was still a little expectant in this enthusiastic atmosphere. At this moment, several high-level figures from the city, Lord's Mansion, stepped onto the square of the coiled dragon arena. They looked at each other, nodded, and then raised their hands in tacit understanding, releasing a vigorous and powerful Reiki energy, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, their hands rapidly formed a series of complicated hand seals, constantly deducing a series of complex hand seals. "Black illusory tower!" They shouted in unison, squatted down at the same time, and slapped their palms on the ground. Buzz! A layer of mighty chi patterns spread out in all directions, as if a rune array had been activated. On the ground of the coiled dragon arena square, strange inscriptions intersecting with holy light suddenly appeared. The long and narrow patterns were like wanton lightning arcs, instantly surrounding the entire coiled dragon arena. The aura that erupted from them soared once again, and blue veins bulged on their foreheads. "Rise! Black illusory tower, rise!" As soon as the voice fell, the densely packed spirit patterns bloomed with thousands of divine lights, and a layer of illusory, misty, and soft light appeared on the ground. Buzz, buzz, along with a series of trembling sounds, with the flood dragon statue in the center of the square as the center, for diagonally positioned pagodas slowly rose from the ground. The wind suddenly rose, and the airflow was like a tide. Everyone outside the arena was secretly shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Like bamboo shoots after the rain, the 4 pagodas rose directly. The ground was not damaged, as if they were summoned from another world. Along with all kinds of exclamations, the 4 pagodas stopped when they rose to about 100 meters. The pagodas were clearly layered, and their entire bodies were as black as ink. Their surface was suffused with illusory light, and they stood in front of everyone like a mountain peak. This is the Black Illusory Tower, and also the venue for the first round of the Heavenly Talisman Battle. A rather dignified voice came from the northern spectator stand. The one who spoke was an old man with a half-white beard. In the spectator stand, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. This old man was none other than the old man who was in charge of the registration at the Dragon Gate Pavilion, and those who were familiar with him knew that he was a high-ranking member of the Shui family, one of the 4 great families of Whale Island City. His name was Shui Zhen. Everyone's gazes gathered on Shui General. It was obvious that he would be the host of the Heavenly Talisman Battle. Chapter 994. Buzz, buzz. A low yet powerful energy wave was released in all directions. Looking at the 400-meter-tall black towers covered in illusory light patterns, everyone's face was filled with excitement. It was like a pagoda that was summoned from another world. Its aura was mysterious, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. It stood on the square of the coiled dragon arena with an imposing aura. The 4 black illusory towers will be divided into 4 sections. Every participant will enter the corresponding black illusory tower with a numbered token that they were given when they registered. The rule of the first round is to run out of the black illusory tower within the specified time. The Shui clan's elder, Shui Zhen, who is the host of this round, explained. Within the specified time, coming out of the black illusory tower, these were the 2 key points: Qi Juexin Lu Yan, Shui Feng, Su Lingzu and many other participants were stunned. Song Xiao, who was sitting in a quiet corner, also raised his head. Under the cover of his bamboo hat, a pair of sharp eyes flashed. "Does anyone have any questions?" Shui Zhen asked loudly. "Elder Shui, may I know what the time is? How are we going to get out of there?" A young participant asked in a clear voice. "The time is 30 minutes. As for the method to get out, you guys can observe it yourselves." After finishing his sentence, Shui Zhen waved his hand and shouted, "Start the timer!" As soon as he finished his sentence, 2 guards from the governor's mansion carried a long table and placed it under the host stand. There was an incense burner on the table, and a 30-centimeter-long incense stick was inserted into the burner. It would take about an hour for the incense to be burned. When the guard lit the incense stick, Shui Zhen announced the start of the first round of the competition. "All participants, enter the tower." Enter the tower. Along with the loud sound of the announcement, many figures dashed down from the audience's stand as fast as lightning. Although it was only the first round, everyone displayed an incomparably serious attitude. They did not dare to waste a single second. They were afraid that they could not finish the first round of the promotion competition within the specified time. All the participants held numbered tokens in their hands. After arriving at the square, they handed the tokens to the inspectors standing outside the tower. After the latter confirmed that there was no mistake, the participants entered the black illusion tower through the entrance at the bottom. Every time someone entered, the light screen at the entrance rippled like water. The situation inside was completely isolated, and it was difficult to see what was going on inside. The contestants seized the time and fought to be the first. On the other hand, Qi Juexin, Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and other popular contestants just stood there lazily. "Ha! A bunch of useless mobs!" Lu Yan crossed his arms in front of him with a frivolous and disdainful smile. Then he glanced at Su Lingzu and Song Xiao in Zhongyuan Castle and said with great interest, "It seems that only those 2 are calmer. I'm afraid they are just pretending to be calm." Shui Feng, the eldest daughter of the Shui family, said faintly. Qi Juexin looked at the crowd in the square and smiled without saying a word. His posture was carefree, as if he did not care about the passing time at all. "Brother Chu Hen, it's about time. Let's go." Zhang Shu's eyes flashed with some restlessness. "Okay." Chu Hen nodded in agreement. Yi Yao, Long Xuanshuang, and Haozi reminded him one after another. "Brother Chu Hen, be careful." Safety first. Qiao Shaowan, on the other hand, looked indifferent and said, "Don't embarrass our victorious East State." As soon as she said this, Mu Feng rolled his eyes. Chu Hen smiled and nodded slightly. Then he followed Zheng Shu down from the spectator stand and walked toward Zone 3 and Zone 4 respectively. At the same time, Song Xiao, who was sitting in a secluded corner, slowly stood up. His loose cloak and lowered bamboo had made him look like a swordsman, which was very eye-catching. "It's Song Xiao. Let's see which zone he's in." "Zone 3, huh?" As soon as Song Xiao made his move, Su Lingzu, who was on the other side, had no intention of wasting any more time. "Are we going to enter the tower?" Zhui Wehan said with a smile. Su Lingzu nodded lightly and walked forward with light steps. Cheers and shouts immediately sounded from the spectator stand. "Miss Lingzu will definitely win. Zhongyuan Castle is the strongest." Seeing this, Lu Yan from Whale Island City grinned. "It's about time. I'll go first." Immediately, Lu Yan flew towards one of the black illusory towers. He threw his numbered token to the examiner outside the tower and entered the tower. After separating from Zhang Shu, Chu Hen arrived at the entrance of Black Illusory Tower number 4. He handed the token with the number for engraved on it to the examiner. The examiner glanced at it and nodded. "Go in." Without any hesitation, Chu Hen's graceful figure quickly passed through the light screen at the entrance and disappeared outside the tower in an instant. At the same time, Young City, Lord Qi Juexin's gaze swept across coldly. Looking at Chu Hen's disappearing figure, Chi Jueshin's face showed a faint smile. Buzz! A bright light swept across, and Chu Hen immediately arrived in the world inside the tower. The space inside was quite different from what one would imagine from the outside. The huge volume of the space was far beyond what one could see from the outside. The pitch-black walls seemed to be cast with black copper water, giving off an indestructible feeling of sturdiness. Looking up, it was difficult to see the top of the tower. Looking at the deep and gloomy sky, Chu Hen felt as if he was trapped in an abyss, surrounded by insurmountable cliffs and deep gorges. From the outside, the height of the black illusory tower was only about 100 meters. But after entering, one would realize that there was a whole different world inside. Is the exit up there? Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and had doubts in his heart. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Looking around, he saw that many of the contestants from Area 4 were actually groping along the pitch-black walls. Only a small number of people chose to fly upwards. Found it! Suddenly, a cry filled with excitement resounded. He saw a young man with bright eyes standing in front of a wall. Chu Hen looked carefully and saw that there was actually a circle of oval light patterns floating on the wall. The light pattern was neither big nor small, and it outlined the outline of a door. Then, the young man released Reiki energy and placed his palm on the oval light pattern. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, a series of gorgeous rune numbers appeared on the wall in front of him like lighting arcs. The young man's eyes lit up again. Without saying anything, he immediately gathered Reiki energy and condensed the rune that appeared on the wall. At the same time, the rune artists in other areas also found the door on the wall. A series of rune numbers also appeared on it. Everyone mobilized Reiki energy and condensed and arranged the runes according to the instructions on it. I see. After observing, Chu Hen immediately understood the so-called way to leave. It turned out that the exit was on the wall of the black illusory tower. As long as he condensed and arranged the rune numbers that appeared on the wall, he would be able to open the exit in a way that was similar to triggering a restriction. At the same time, Chu Hen clearly realized that the rune numbers that appeared on the wall had different degrees of complexity. Some were relatively simple, while some were much more advanced. He believed that the first elimination round would test the degree of control of the rune power. After figuring out the rules, Chu Hen no longer hesitated. He looked around and looked for the exit in the tower. The positions of the doors on the wall were high and low. The contestants occupied the exit positions from the bottom to the top as fast as they could. As for the others, they could only fly towards the higher regions. In just a short while, the walls of the tower were filled with people. They looked like a group of bats sucking on the wall. Buzz! Just as Chu Hen stepped into the air, a light flashed and the air trembled. Then a beautiful figure with a graceful figure appeared in the tower. It's her. Chu Hen was slightly stunned. The last person who appeared was none other than the proud daughter of the Zhongyuan castle, Su Lingzhu. She was also in Zone 4. However, it was not strange. After all, he and Su Lingzhu had registered at the same time. Su Lingzhu's beautiful eyes flickered as she observed the surroundings. Soon, she had figured out the way to get out of the tower. After Chu Hen, she also flew up into the sky, looking for the exit on the wall. Although there were many exits on the wall, there were many rune artists participating in the heavenly talisman battle. They occupied the exits, one by one. The rest could only fly to a higher place. However, after observing for a while, he realized that the higher the exit, the more difficult it was to complete the rune's secret tome. When they were about 200 meters above the ground, the runes that appeared on the wall were basically of a higher level. These runes were enough to prevent more than half of the rune artists from leaving the tower. There's an empty spot. Suddenly, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. There was an oval-shaped light pattern floating on the wall about 10 meters above him. Swoosh! When Chu Hen arrived in front of the wall a second ago, there was a wind-breaking sound. Both of them were stunned when they turned to look. You go first. Chu Hen slightly moved to the side and took the initiative to give up his position. However, Su Lingzhu did not even say a single word. She directly moved and turned into a blur as she flashed away. Chu Hen felt a little awkward. He gave up his spot mainly because Su Lingzhu had given in to him when he registered at the Dragon Gate Tower. Although Chu Hen had arrived first, if Su Lingzhu had not volunteered to wait, she would most likely have a conflict with Zhui Yuan. This time, it was Chu Hen who volunteered to give up his spot. He did not expect Su Lingzhu's reaction to make the atmosphere cold. "Forget it. Just take care of yourself." Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. He immediately separated a wisp of Reiki energy and sent it to the light circle in front of him. A string of complicated runes slowly appeared on the wall inside the light circle, roughly sweeping his eyes over it. Chu Hen understood tacitly. His face revealed a somewhat relaxed expression. They were all high-level, earth-level runes. This was a piece of cake for him. Zung, along with a soft humming sound. Traces of Reiki energy instantly wrapped around his wrist and fingers. Under Chu Hen's control, they turned into dazzling rune numbers. Every time Chu Hen condensed a rune, the corresponding rune on the wall would shine even more brilliantly. In just a few blinks of an eye, a series of runes were completed. Buzz, buzz, in an instant, the oval light circle on the wall immediately circulated and showed illusory distortions. In the next instant, Chu Hen felt a strong pulling force enveloping him. This feeling was similar to the state of a teleportation formation being activated. Swoosh! Just when Chu Hen was about to be teleported out of the Black Fantasy Tower, a condensed and vigorous light beam suddenly pierced through the air. Like a wind-splitting divine arrow, it hit the oval light circle in front of Chu Hen. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the runes on the wall directly exploded. Chapter 995. Boom! Just as Chu Hen finished the inscriptions on the wall and was about to pass the first round of elimination, an incomparably solid pillar of light shot over like a sharp sword. It firmly struck the oval circle of light on the wall. In an instant, a violent and heavy explosion reverberated in front of Chu Hen. The string of rune numbers inside the aperture exploded into pieces. The powerful shock wave set off by the explosion of the runes was like a raging storm. Chu Hen, who was unprepared, was shocked. He hurriedly retreated backward. Swoosh! The air moved rhythmically, and the strong wind stacked up. Then, the oval aperture on the wall disappeared along with the broken runes. Obviously, the destruction of the runes on the wall meant that the exit was invalid. What's going on? Did you make a mistake with the runes? Be careful. Big brother, don't trick us. The other people in the Black Fantasy Tower all looked at them in surprise. Just when everyone thought that Chu Hen was suffering from a backlash from failing to condense the rune because of his own mistake, Chu Hen's complexion had already quietly darkened. His eyes turned cold and a chill surged in them. Buzz, then several surging and powerful Reiki energy surged towards him, along with bursts of restless spatial fluctuations. With Chu Hen as the center, a dozen or so black balls of light actually appeared in all directions. These balls of light rapidly expanded, turning into a few meters or even a dozen meters in length. Then, a sharp aura swept in all directions. Sharp thorns grew on the surface of the black light balls at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every thorn was shining with a dazzling sharpness. They looked like giant sea urchins. Those thorns kept extending and retracting as if they were alive. Once they got close, they would be pierced by thousands of arrows. Meanwhile, Chu Hen was directly surrounded by these giant sea urchins. His abdomen and back were pointed at by the thorns. Swish, swish, swish! Soon after, a large iron chain came from the sky. The sturdy iron chain was like an iron lock that could cross a river, completely sealing the surroundings of the sea urchin. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that Chu Hen was being targeted. Buzz! At this time, the two spiky light clusters at the top slowly separated. giving Chu Hen a field of vision. Chu Hen, who was inside, looked up. His eyes were surprisingly calm. Subsequently, 5 or 6 young figures with imposing auras flashed over, and they looked down at Chu Hen, who was like a trapped beast in a condescending and arrogant manner. The other contestants in the Black Illusion Tower were stunned. It's Shen Hu. He is also in the 4th zone. That person is unlucky to have provoked Shen Hu. Shen, who is a genius rune artist from the Shun family, one of the 4 great families of Whale Island City. Although the contestants were surprised by this scene, none of them had the intention of meddling. While secretly observing, they minded their own business and arranged the rune numbers in the circle of light on the wall. I don't seem to have any enmity with you, right? Chu Hen's tone was indifferent, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. His pair of deep eyes stared coldly at the leading young man. Shin, who had a playful look on his face as he crossed his arms in front of him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Of course. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind crippling your arms and legs first. An irrelevant answer. However, Chu Hen already knew why these people were looking for him. Apart from Qi Jueshin, he couldn't think of anyone else. You won't kill me? Chu Hen raised his brows and replied with interest. How do you guys want to play? Seeing Chu Hen's calm and collected manner, Shen, whose face was more or less a little flabbergasted, but more of it was disdain. Right now, Chu Hen had already sunk deep into the glyph array that they had jointly laid down. Each of the spiky balls of light contained destructive lethality. The iron chains on the periphery were also extremely powerful sealing techniques. From their point of view, Chu Hen could only be a fish on the chopping block. I have always been happy to answer the questions of those who are about to die, Shin, who said calmly. Shortly after, he raised his finger and pointed at the circle of light on the wall above. With that exit as the boundary, all the doors on it can only be opened by a heavenly rune master, so... His voice paused, and a frivolous sneer appeared on Shun, whose face. For trash like you, it's enough to be eliminated in the first round. Eliminated in the first round? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that for Qi Jueshin, this was just the beginning. Hua! A circle of rapid airflow spread out. As soon as he said that, many of the contestants around him were stunned. They saw that many contestants in the lower area of the Black Illusion Tower had already finished arranging the runes, and thus triggered the restriction to go out. Every time a person went out, the oval circle of light on the wall would disappear. This also meant that only one person could go out of each door. Once all the exits below were occupied, the others could only climb up. At the same time, the genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Su Lingzhu, finished arranging the runes in the circle of light in front of her in a short time of 20. Even the walls inside the circle of light showed illusory water ripples, and the space where Su Lingzhu was also distorted like an illusion. 1 second before the teleportation, Su Lingzhu looked back at Chu Hen, who was trapped in the rune circle. Without paying much attention to him, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the Black Illusion Tower. Outside the tower, Holy Dragon Island coiled Dragon Terrace. The majestic and spacious sea-viewing platform square was crowded with people. The beautiful island looked like an ancient giant beast in the blue sea. 4 Black Illusion Towers stood on the coiled Dragon Terrace, like the heavenly pillars guarding the dragon statue in the center of the square. At this moment, the audience was cheering nonstop. He came out, he came out. The first one to come out of the tower is the genius of the Lu family, Lu Yen. Amazing! He entered the tower so late, but he is the first one to pass. Miss Shui Feng of the Shui family also passed. She is the third one. Amazing! The 4 black fantasy towers flickered with brilliant white light continuously. Every time it flickered, a contestant would be teleported out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen contestants had passed. The senior staff waiting outside the tower were also recording in an orderly manner. Why hasn't Brother Chu Hen come out yet? In the audience, Yi Yao held the Inyan Beast Noni in her arms and stared at the Black Illusion Tower in area number 4 with her big eyes. What's the hurry? Only 1 or 2 of those popular contestants have come out, right? Mu Feng said without any worry. Boom! As soon as he said that, the Black Illusion Towers in area number 1 and area number 4 flashed with brilliant lights almost at the same time. Then a young man and a young woman with extraordinary charm appeared in the audience's sight, one after another. Chapter 996. Buzz. The appearance of the 2 outstanding young figures at the same time once again caused the atmosphere of the entire coiled dragon platform to surge with excitement. Everyone in the audience cheered in unison. It's the young city lord and Su Lingzhu. They're really fast. Although Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu weren't the first contestants to come out of the Black Fantasy Tower, they were the last ones to enter the tower. From the moment they entered the pagoda to the moment they exited the pagoda, the amount of effort the 2 of them had spent was not much inferior to Lu Yan, who was ranked first. Wow! Subsequently, the other top genius of Middle Origin City, Song Xiu, who was wearing a cloak and a bamboo hat and dressed like a swordsman in the rainy night, successfully left the tower as well. Song Xiu also advanced. Isn't that obvious? If Song Xiu were to kneel in the first round, wouldn't it be terrible? A young audience member from Zhongyuan Castle sneered. Humph. Song Xiu entered the tower earlier than Lu Yan, but he left the tower so late. What's there to be proud of? Another audience member from Whale Island City snorted. What do you mean? It's obvious. Song Xiu can't do it. Just when the audience was quarreling fiercely, a person who advanced in the same area as Song Xiu suddenly stood up and said, What Song Xiu set up is the most difficult rune exit. What? The most difficult exit? As soon as these words came out, the audience gasped in surprise. Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and the other genius rune artists couldn't help but look at Song Xiu a few more times. Ha, interesting. Lu Yan rubbed his chin as a playful smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, Qi Juexin's expression didn't change. His gaze subconsciously turned to the Black Fantasy Tower number 4 that Su Lingzhu came out from. His deep eyes were surging with a hint of contempt. Lingzhu, did everything go well? The martial arts genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Wehan, walked elegantly toward Su Lingzhu with a gentle smile on his face. Su Lingzhu nodded slightly. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, Pretty good. Many participants who had completed the first round of advancement returned to their original positions. On the host viewing platform in the north, City Lord Qiming and the 4 family heads looked satisfied. Comparatively speaking, the number of pattern artists who had advanced in Whale Island City was clearly higher than that of the other regions. Especially the performances of Qi Juexin, Lu Yan, and Shui Feng. The other geniuses, they were quite satisfied. Head of the Shen family, it seems that your clan Shen who hasn't come out of the tower yet? The Lu family's head asked casually. The Shun family's head shook his head with a smile. Compared to your clan's geniuses, Shen, who isn't just lacking by a little bit. It's normal that he hasn't come out yet. You're too modest. Nephew Shin, whose talent is the best among the younger generation. In another 2 or 3 years, he will definitely surpass my clan's Lu Yan. At that time, the only one who can beat Shin will be the city lord. The Lu family's head praised 2 families in a row. City Lord Qi Ming raised his eyebrows as a faint smile appeared on his face. The Shun family's head also had a spirited look in his eyes. The current Shen, who indeed couldn't compare to Qi Juexin, Lu Yan, and the others. However, the former's time in contact with runes was also the shortest. It was hard to determine who was stronger and who was weaker in the future. As time went by, 3/4 of the incense on a long table under the host stand had burned. There was only about 15 minutes left before the end of the round. Many contestants finished their rounds one after another and flashed out of the tower. Meanwhile, the attention of Yi Yao, Long Xuan Xuan, Mu Fong, and the others in the audience's stand was all focused on Black Fantasy Tower number 4. What's wrong? Brother Chu Hen hasn't come out of the tower yet? At this time, Zheng Shu, who had finished his round in division number 3, had also returned. Haozi shook his head and answered, "Not yet." "Not yet." Zheng Shu frowned and looked puzzled. "It shouldn't be. The first round isn't that difficult. With Brother Chu Hen's strength, he should have come out long ago." According to Zheng Shu's knowledge, Chu Hen was a rune caster who could even refine the heaven-class clear flow pill. There was no reason for him to be stumped by the first round. At the same time, his puzzlement also increased the anxiety of the others. Could it be that someone is playing tricks? Han Yichuan squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. The others were startled as well, and their frowns couldn't help but deepen. Division number 4, inside the Black Fantasy Tower. Buzz. Circles of air waves rippled in the air. Every time a contestant successfully came out of the tower, the number of light circles on the wall would decrease by 1. This meant that the contestant had successfully completed his round of advancement. However, other than that, the entire pagoda was filled with continuous explosions. Boom! The powerful explosion was like a small volcanic eruption. The runes on the wall were broken, and a powerful shock wave was set off. Once the contestants failed to arrange the runes, it would cause a conflict between the power of the runes. While the runes would cause different degrees of injuries to the contestants, the runes on the wall would also be damaged, causing the exit of the light circles to disappear. In other words, regardless of whether the contestants in the tower succeeded or not, the exit of the light circles on the wall would decrease rapidly. As for the remaining contestants, they could only choose a higher exit. Buzz, buzz! In the sky, more than 10 black light balls that looked like giant sea urchins were emitting a powerful and destructive energy fluctuation. The incomparably sharp thorns were like bone-piercing magic needles, making people want to stay away from them. Outside of the black ball of light, unbreakable and heavy golden chains formed a circle, trapping Chu Hen in the middle in the form of a second layer of seal. Trapping a beast, trapping a demon. From the looks of it, Chu Hen was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With a mocking smile on their faces, Shen Hu and the others looked at the exit of the light circles that had disappeared from the area below, and then looked at those who were unwilling to give up occupying one spot after another. Shin, who spread his hands in a contented manner. "It's a pity that I can't stay to accompany you any more," Shin, who smiled proudly. All the earth-level runes had disappeared, and all that was left were heaven-level runes. Even if Chu Hen had the ability to complete a part of the heaven-level runes, however, he still needed to unseal 2 layers of the seal first, and there was no time left. Goodbye. Shen, who put 2 fingers to his mouth, making a proud and provocative gesture. After saying that, the few of them shot an extremely disdainful glance at Chu Hen. Shortly after, their figures moved and they flew upwards. But just as he finished speaking, a cold and indifferent voice came from behind. "Since you're already here, you might as well stay here, what?" The cold voice was like an arrow piercing the heart, making Shen Hu and the others feel a chill down their spines. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads around. In an instant, an incomparably dense purple light surged out from Chu Hen's eyes. It was as if a radiant sun had erupted with endless holy splendor. The unstoppable purple light surged in all directions with a crushing force. Bang! A heavy, loud sound reverberated in the world inside the Black Illusion Tower, and the dozens of giant black sea urchin light balls around Chu Hen exploded one after another, as if they had been hit by the divine light, like disappearing bubbles. What? Shin Hu and the others turned pale with fright. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, all the golden chains that were wrapped around the periphery broke and exploded at the same time. How is this possible? This guy? Incomparably wild airwaves rushed into the sky, and the power of the 2 layers of seal was smashed in an instant. Before everyone could react, a long and narrow blue electric light pierced through the sky, like a shining meteor in the night, bright and dazzling, Shin Hu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the young figure that suddenly appeared in front of him with a panicked expression. "You, really boring." Chu Hen's tone was calm, and then he raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Thank you for your trouble. I'll give you something in return." Gift in return? Extreme uneasiness spread on Shen Hu's face, and he immediately released Reiki energy to counterattack. But in the next second, Chu Hen stretched out one hand, and a ball of evil black light surged in his palm. The space trembled, and the cyclone rotated rapidly. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound was heard, and Chu Hen's palm hit the center of Shin Hu's forehead. The air waves spread out, and the unstoppable hidden force directly surged into Shen Hu's brain palace. The latter's expression changed drastically, and endless fear filled his entire face. No! Bang! An illusory black light beam penetrated Shen Hu's head, and like an invisible holy sword, the Reiki energy released by the other party disappeared in an instant. Chapter 997. No! Shen Hu's panic-filled scream echoed throughout the entire world of the pagoda. Bang! A heavy sound rang out, and everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. They could only see an illusory black pillar of light piercing through Shin Hu's forehead like a holy sword. In an instant, an incomparably powerful destructive force directly surged into the opponent's Naiwan palace and traced back to the street tree, instantly smashing the street tree into pieces. Buzz, the surging black air wave was like the tide of the sea. The Reiki energy wave on Shin, whose body disappeared completely in an instant. Panic, hatred, and deep fear were written all over Shin Hu's face. At this moment, it was as if he had fallen into a hellish swamp that he would never be able to get out of. From now on, he would spend his days in the cold darkness for a young and high-spirited genius inscriptionist. Destroying his street tree was more terrifying than killing him. Shin Hu? The other few people's faces also changed dramatically. No one would have thought that Chu Hen, who was like a cornered beast just a second ago, would bring such a shocking impact to everyone in the blink of an eye. Bastard, how dare you? Do you know what you're doing? The few of them were furious. Their killing intent rose. They were both shocked and furious. However, Chu Hen sneered, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In the next second, everyone felt a bone-deep killing intent coming towards them. A dark blue halo that was comparable to the eruption of a torrent swept out in all directions from Chu Hen's body once again. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy, loud noises reverberated in the air, including Shin, who, the few of them flew out like sandbags. Wah! Every single one of them spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the wall behind them. Then they fell down powerlessly. The other participants in the Black Fantasy Tower were all dumbstruck by this sudden reversal. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Hen with astonishment and weirdness in their eyes. However, Chu Hen didn't even look at Shin Hu. He moved and appeared in front of the exit of one of the halos. Then he quickly released Reiki energy, and dazzling runes flickered and danced between his fingers on the way down. Shen Hu's eyes were filled with powerlessness. In particular, when he saw Chu Hen condensing the heaven-grade runes skillfully, he finally realized that he had provoked the wrong person this time. Moreover, the price they had to pay was incomparably heavy. Coiled Dragon Terrace. All that was left of the incense stick on the long table in the square was a spark. Wisps of smoke danced in the air, and the ball was about to end. Everyone in the audience had different feelings. Some were relaxed, while others were anxious. There's only a little time left. Those who don't come out will be eliminated. Among the 4 families, only Shen who hasn't come out yet, right? Well, it's really strange. With Shen Hu's strength as a second-grade heavenly patternmaster, the first round is definitely a piece of cake for him. Hee, I guess he wants to wait until the last moment. Let's be nervous first. Ha ha ha, that's possible. On the other side, Shifeng Zi Mufeng and Long Xuanchuang also looked solemn. What is Chu Hen doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? Mu Feng was a little anxious and restless. I'm not going to be eliminated, am I? Xiao Shaowan said heartlessly. Everyone, including Zhang Shu, did not say anything. Everyone knew that this was Qi Juexin's territory. If the latter wanted to play tricks in the dark, it would not be difficult for him to do so. Zhang. Suddenly, a layer of white light emerged from the black illusion tower in the fourth zone. All the audience's eyes lit up and their hearts were in their mouths. He's out, he's out. Look, I knew Shen who did it on purpose. All the supporters of Shen who couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The head of the Shen family in the host stand also showed a relieved expression. Wham! Then the black illusion tower shone brightly, and a white light flashed along with a rhythmic cyclone. A slender young figure appeared on the square of the coiled dragon arena. Wow! All of a sudden, the atmosphere fell into silence. Countless spectators outside the arena were dumbfounded. What's going on? It's not Shen Hu? At the same time, Mu Feng, Haozi, and Shifeng Zi's faces suddenly turned from worry to joy. Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's eyebrows smoothed out and she was overjoyed. Haha, this guy scared me. Haozi laughed. Zhang Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, the first round won't be a problem for Brother Chu Hen. Chu Hen's appearance caused the audience to be in a low and deep uproar. Zhongyuan Castle's Su Lingzu raised her eyes slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Isn't he the guy from the other night? A mere earth pattern master participating in this kind of competition is indeed difficult. Zhui Weihan said with a faint smile. Su Lingzu just smiled and didn't say anything. After a short moment of astonishment, the audience didn't pay much attention to Chu Hen. For the vast majority of people, this unfamiliar young face was just an ordinary participant who had just gotten lucky. Chu Hen walked back to the audience. As he moved, he suddenly looked up and directly glanced at the young city governor. Qi Juexin, who was surrounded by the crowd, the cold gaze was like a crisscrossing sword. Qi Juexin's face was cold, but there was more of a playful smile on his face. It seemed that Qi Juexin wasn't too dissatisfied with Chu Hen's advancement. That Shen Hu, perhaps, was just an appetizer. Brother Chu Hen, are you all right? After returning to the audience, Yi Yao quickly checked on Chu Hen to see if there were any injuries on his body. The others were also puzzled. What's going on? Did you get plotted against by a villain? Han Ichuan asked. Looking at their questioning gazes, Chu Hen just smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, just a small problem. Ta. Not long after Chu Hen came out of the tower, the last spark of the incense in the cauldron quietly slid down. The last wisp of smoke slowly extinguished. Voila! Everyone in the audience couldn't help but sigh, because until the last moment, the anticipated genius of the Shen family, Shen Hu, still didn't appear. This also meant that Shen Hu, who had the attainment of a level 2 heavenly pattern master, unexpectedly knelt in the first round of the knockout. The elder of the Shui family, Shui Zhen, who was in charge of the competition, raised his old eyes slightly, then took a few steps forward, waved his hand, and said, Time's up. I declare that the first round of the competition is over. The competition was over. Several administrators on the coiled dragon platform understood tacitly, and then made a series of complicated hand seals in unison. Boom! The surging power spread out, and in an instant the ground was once again covered with countless dazzling talisman patterns. The 4 black illusion towers emitted a violent rhythm, and their bodies showed a distorted state becoming illusory. Bang! Following that, the 4 black illusion towers simultaneously exploded into a cloud of black smoke, rose up, and disappeared in the sky above the Holy Dragon Island. The entire coiled dragon platform suddenly became clear again, and at the same time, all the contestants in the towers appeared in front of everyone. Every eliminated contestant's face was filled with disappointment and desolation. And at the original location of the fourth competition area, there were a few miserable figures lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Oh my God,